What is up, everyone? All right, this is just as important.
This is just as important because it's going to matter. It's going to matter like the Idaho case. Whoa, okay, here we go. I interrupt the broadcast because this matters. It matters for any case that you would have data in. Just like the Idaho4 case. So really quick here, though. Good evening to all the member subscribers. Do me a favor. At some point, you're going to have an opinion about the broadcast. So thumbs up, thumbs down. I never tell you how to think. Okay. Ready? Jennifer McCabe's a big fat fucking liar. All right. When John O'Keefe calls at 12:18 in 50 seconds, and Jennifer answers, or Matt or whoever, guess where John was? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They went to 33 and 29 Oakdale Drive Road, whatever the fuck it is over there. 33 Oakdale is where, in that vicinity, as well as 29 Oakdale, is where 2 flights of stairs were registered within 27 seconds of each other. Ian Whiffen testified to this. I wanted to find out who lived over there. That's Lank's house, and that is the K-9 officer's house, whatever the hell his name is. K-9 officer's address, 29 Oakdale, 33 Oakdale. Now, John O'Keefe does not put into his Waze application until after the phone call with Jen, 34 Fairview. Again, so I'm going to go to, I'm going to use my phone here and put it on Hector for a second. Again, yes, Lank and they are like literally neighbors. So Lank, and then you have a house in between, and then you have the K-9 guy, which is, she used to be called Courtney Sullivan. She married the guy that's this Canton cop that was the K-9 cop. Let me tell you something. In 2022, the same year that this happened, every single year this K-9 cop has made anywhere between $100,000 and $135,000 a year. This K-9 cop in 2022, the year of this incident, he only made $49,000. Did he get suspended without pay? Why would somebody who makes anywhere between $100,000 and $110,000 a year to $135,000 a year only make $49,000 in 2022? Now, at 12:18 and 50 seconds, when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe's phone, he's calling to say, because they pull up and they're basically on over there on Oakdale. And this is before he types in Waze, and he says, "Hey, where are you guys? Are you guys here? It's dead over here." Now, Karen took John over to that part. And so that's where she took him, and and they left Waterfall Bar between 13 or 14. Hence, then driving, boom, you're going to arrive over there between 12:18, 12:19. That's exactly what happened. John then calls McCabe to say, "Hey, where are you?" We're over here. Are you guys here? Now, the reason that Karen was like, "Hey, are we even invited over here?" Okay. And what I've always struggled with is, why would Karen not think that they're invited? Why wouldn't she just go up to the door? What's going on? It's because it was not 34 Fairview. Okay. The house that they were going to and where they were at, they were going to a place that they were not out with those people. Okay. They're going to a place that, okay, are we invited here? Are we invited here? So now that makes sense that Karen's saying, first of all, is there anybody even here? Are we invited here? Lana, how do you know that this is fact? Well, because where John's location services put him when he enters in now. So then he talks to the homegirl, McCabe, who wants to act like, oh, John was just, remember I said they were hiding a secondary location. They were in a vehicle. Jen's waiting in a vehicle from 12:25. She doesn't move from 12:25 to 12:35. Okay. So she's with her health data. She's over there at 34 Fairview. They call, meaning John, Karen's with John. He calls. They're still over there at 34 Fairview. Okay. When he goes to punch into Waze 34 Fairview, because it's like, oh, well, here, do you want to come by and pick us up, or come over here first, or we'll meet, here, just come over here and then we'll ride with you, or we can all ride together. Something along those lines. Now, this is where the kicker comes in. When he puts in 34 Fairview, okay, right after he does that, just probably about a minute after he does that, I want to show you from my phone, and I have to pull on Hector. Based off of Ian Whiffin's data, this is how I was able to do this. Just like I'm going to do in the Idaho case. Give me that shit. All right. Again, this is breaking news. Okay. There's Lank's house. That's his truck. That's the truck that arrives there. That's his house. Then right where his house is, see that stop sign right there? Remember how Ian Whiffin wanted to make a big old deal about, oh, yeah, you could see the car stopping, and it has a cluster of stops right there because it's miles per hour is at 0 because the car stopped. Well, I went and took a look at how long Karen Reed would have been stopped at a stop sign, allegedly. Okay. And yeah, I don't know who stops at stop signs for a minute in I don't know, 2 seconds. Next. Okay. This is the next door neighbor. That's a Canton Canine, 29 Oakdale. Literally a house is in between them. Okay. This is the canine dude. He's the cop. And then a house between him and the house next to him, Lank. Okay. Now, as you could see, 29 Oakdale. Then I went ahead and looked at Ian Whiffin's little bullshit. Take it, don't believe me. Let's just take it from the horse's mouth. Okay. Here's the horse's mouth. If you go to my day 5 streaming.
Around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy of the device,
there are multiple circles
around the diffuse.
That's at 12:12. Okay, here we go. Right here is where he activates Waze, which is over here in the left-hand corner. It is 12:19 and 33 seconds. Okay, 12:19 and 33 seconds. That is literally right after the phone call with Jen McCabe from 12:18 and 50 seconds to 12:33. Okay. Now, I'm going to use now Hector again so I can show you a better map to show you how this all played out. When they first went over there, okay. Let's go with this one. Okay. When they first went over there, before calling Jen McCabe, oopsies. Okay. They were right here on Dedham. They do this little loop like this. Before Waze is even entered, they're right here at this little block house. I'm calling it a block blizzard party. Okay. So they're right here, and then this is where Waze is not in yet. And this is where Ian's saying that, yeah, the accuracy from, until he puts in Waze is just, it's not good. Yeah, okay. So this is where the 12, 18, and 50-second call is made. And what she does is that pulls up here. See this street right here? You can go left to come back down here to be on Dedham again, and you can make like a square. Okay. So where he activates the Waze is going to be right here in the corner of Dedham, coming and going that way to then Maplecroft, going around the bend, and then right here you come into Hog Heaven. Okay. And there's what Ian wants to say is, oh, but there's a stop sign. That's why it's a cluster stop, because there's a stop sign. Well, I don't know who stops for 51 seconds. We're going to get into that. But every time, what I was able to isolate and see is that every time there's supposed, I guess, stop sign and someone stopped for 51 seconds once this Waze is activated, that's when the stairs that happens right here, 12, 22, and 17 seconds, the first flight of stairs. Ian says that can be sometimes off from anywhere between 5, 15, or 50 seconds. So this timestamp, though, of 12, 22, and 17 seconds, that falls, boom, right there. Then the next one, we have 12, 22, and 32 seconds. See right here? So what do you have there? 15 seconds between the two flights. Where does it happen? This is Ian's sheet, not mine. We're about to show it. Oh, wait. Boom. Right there. See that one right there? See that one right there? Flight of stairs there, right in front of 29. Flight of stairs here. And those are within this radius of, they want to say that it's from this street. No, not when I saw this shit. Then what we see is Higgins, Texas. Everybody's always thought 12:20 and some odd change. Ready? You coming here? He wasn't at 34 Fairview. No, he was not. Higgins was, you coming here? You coming here? Higgins was over there at none other than 33 and 29 Oakdale. Okay. Ready? Karen said, so when they go ahead and they put this in their Waze, so we're going to go back over here and bring in little Ian poop. All right. Karen, all right, so boom, boom, boom.
With values of 1,000
So this
meters or more.
Do you see how right here Waze is activated? How it's got it gets like these bigger circles, and all of a sudden it starts to get, okay, boom, because we're now asking for this way better accurate data. But see how it circles? You see right, it's got that's a street. Remember how I told you you're going to make like a box here? All right, so it's exactly like pulling away, and they went left, and it was just like, oh, shit. So this is at 12:18 and 50 seconds. You make that phone call. Then you're going to pull out, and it's 12:19 and like 33 seconds, okay? So this is how this plays out. Pulling up and around.
But around was actually see the accuracy immediately to begin until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy record.
And that's what
as the device continues.
GPS. Okay.
We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop.
Right there. It came to a what? A slower stop? Mm-hmm.
Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12:19:33, it enters
55 meters.
Slow or a stop. He could have gotten out of the vehicle because it does not follow your vehicle. It follows your device. So right there's an opportunity to get out of a vehicle, right? Okay. Or somebody stopped, pulled over. He does not say that's where a stop sign is because there's not one there. Now,
Is
next.
that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters? Speed, where do you learn the speed from? Where does
But it's also
We've already learned the
average
speed.
information accurately tell?
you
Now you want to go to this
count
part.
the cadence and the speed. Probably in 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 Maplecroft Road.
Okay.
And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign.
That's what he says, which is around a stop sign. Awesome. Sure. Don't have a problem with that yet.
So again, it indicates how reliable the data is because the location.
See this? 12, 20, 19 seconds to 12, 21 and 58 seconds. What would have happened right here? Higgins, Higgy Poo. Okay. Remember, a red message is after you hit on the SMS, you hit on it, and you actually have to open that. That's going to read it. But we always get those pop-up notifications. Okay. And that would not be considered a red message for the record. So Higgins text is here. Now, where you at? You come in here, whatever his little words are. Again, I don't believe that Higgins was at 34 Fairview. He was right here where
the location data that's
they were
recorded,
headed. Stop. And they call and they say, where is everybody?
between the hours.
And Jen's like, oh, we were on our way there. Whatever. I can't speak for Jennifer McCabe, but it was not to get directions because they were lost to go to 34 Fairview. I always knew that was shit. And I always want to know who the fuck lived over here because this is where the stairs were registered. And you know how much shit I got for this from people like the people that I've been on this case forever and stuff like that. I was like, I don't care if I've been only on a case for 2 fucking days. Okay. The data is this right here. I knew that John O'Keefe registered his steps. I said 2 things. I don't even think Karen Reed would ever went to 34 Fairview. Come out the gate right there. If you don't believe me, go back and watch my first episode. Bella can attest to it. I said, I don't think that Karen Reed went to 34 Fairview. And I was like, you ready for me to make such a bold statement when I come out blazing with my Excel spreadsheet? Because I was going off of the data. And I was like, and something's, I said something's up with these steps too. I said, this is a very interesting cluster. Something's up. I knew it. And so this is why this is beautiful. You got to, if you can explain the data, Karen Reed goes home forever and she can sue the living fuck out of these people.
21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds. The device continues down Oakdale Road. Again,
Oakdale Road. Ding, ding, ding.
all of these location points show with 5 meter accuracy. They show consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign.
Right. And he immediately tries to say for a stop sign right here. Well, if you zoom in and you go and take Google Maps, guess whose house is right next to a stop sign? Michael Lank. Michael Lank's house is right there on the corner of where a stop sign is. And so he can get away with saying that. But this car is Karen Reed's, right? But here's Higgins. Higgins is at that house. So they pull over. John goes inside to, quote unquote, make sure it's okay, we're allowed to be here, whatever. And this is where Karen Reed will sit and wait. This is the place that, so right here now at 12:22 and like, I don't know, 10 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, where that comes to a complete zero stop, John gets out of the vehicle at Lanks at this area. John gets out of the vehicle. Okay, ready? I don't know if there was a miscommunication, say, like, because Karen's under the impression, like, okay, well, are we even invited? Make sure that we're invited to go talk to them, whatever. He gets out. Okay. What ends up happening is yes, he registers his flight of stairs to within 17 seconds. Makes way more sense. He's there. Whoever else is there. They then go and get, where are they going to go? Well, we're going to go get these fuckers from 34 Fairview and bring them back. We're going to go pick up whether it's just Matt McCabe and Jen, or whether it's if Nicole and Brian, who's coming. Because that's just what was said on the phone between John and Jen. This would then make perfect sense as to why Jen is sitting in her SUV and they're outside waiting. Okay. And so John then gets into Higgins's car, Jeep, whatever the fuck he's in. And so Karen would be right here. This is where she was waiting. Okay. This is where she was waiting. Do you guys remember now when Karen said on the voicemail, and she said, it never made sense. Everyone's looking for you. Everyone's looking for you. And I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? Okay. And if she truly just left John at like 12:31, I was like, that's just, none of this is making any sense. But the whole, everyone's looking for you. Ready? Here you go. The data will show you that.
And continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again,
John is with
cadence
Higgins.
good, and again, stop sign. Turning 50 and 51.
He passes it up.
And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road.
Okay, so I asked myself this. I said, why didn't he zoom in to show what the arrows would look like if you were to pull in, back out, and how your arrows would look? He just does it like this. This is really, really important. And this is how this is totally, who's ever doing the, like, I can't wait. It's coming. Because I'm going to show you what he does when he wants to zoom in to show you the other way. So he says he overshoots Fairview.
John O'Keefe's phone travels. That's Fairview Road.
This is Fairview Road here, yes.
They overshot it. Okay,
Replay
right here.
That same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point.
Okay, so up here and to the left, it says 12:24 and 20 seconds. See the little blue dot? And now I want you to pay attention to this arrow. Right here at this point, it would have just passed Fairview or passed up Fairview, but now it had come back. So it's going to be right there on the corner of Cedar Crest and Fairview, because in heading and 34 Fairview is it's the house that's on the left of the street in between the two squares over here. Like, so you got 1, 2, 3. It's the middle one. That's 34 Fairview. Okay. Now the house up over here and across the street from kind of like actually the neighbor's house of the Fairview one, the 32, across the street from that, that's that dude that is a cop as well. Okay. So here we go.
Per slide.
Look at where the car
24
is.
24 minutes and 20 seconds. We see the device is already on Fairview Road.
It's off on the other
Accuracy
side.
of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters.
What's facing that way? And it's going 14 miles an hour right
and
now.
heading south. 24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23.
Okay, so watch this. Now I'm going to use my just my arrow. So 24, 23. So 12, 24, 23. Next one. Watch what this arrow does. 24, 25. 24, 26. Straightens out. Now the blue dot. So now we're coming up 24:27, 24:28. It's going 14.5, 12.3. It's right in the middle almost. Now it's in the middle of the house. Okay. And that's it's 11 miles an hour, 11 and a half, 20, 12, 24, and 30 seconds. Okay. Now look at the arrow and look how it's going to start facing. 12, 24, and 37 seconds. And it's going 10 miles an hour. Look at now it's facing. Look at how it's facing. And this is what they're trying to say, that this is when Karen's pulling up and does this crazy shit, right? No. 12, 24, and 33 seconds. It's going 7 miles per hour right here. Okay. Then straightens out a little bit. Straightens out. Because it's like when you like kind of like whip a car. So you're going to go like this and then you be straight. So you're here 5 miles an hour, 24, 35. 3.5 miles an hour, right? Okay. Now look at this. Ready? Why would your steering, like your phone, if this is supposed to be your phone, it's already almost all the way past the house. Okay. And now it's facing towards like the opposite side. So think about this. Sometimes people will do this for the reason to then back into a driveway, or if they're going to use this, if they're going to make a wide turn, I guess maybe turn around in this person's driveway. But pay attention to this blue. So 12, 24, and 37 seconds. And it's going 1.4 miles an hour. Ready? Then 12, 24, 12, 24, and 38. Just again, now it's at a complete stop. So this is the blue. It completely stops. Okay. 12, 24, and 38 seconds. Next. He's talking. They go away from the screen and they come back to it. Okay. 12, 24, and 38 seconds. Next. They just zoom in. So hold on. Okay. Pay attention to the blue dot. This is the Fairview house. It's like that blue dot's like way past it. Okay. Now, you see that? Ready? Hold on. These motherfuckers, pay attention here. This is insanity. I caught it and I said, you guys are sick as fuck. You ready? Look it. So this is at 12. Hold on. Okay. This is at 12. We'll back up one. 12, 24, and 38 seconds. You see how it's past the house. Okay. They just zoom in here.
Car or the phone that was in the car ever.
Okay. So you're counting the houses, right? Now watch. Did you just see that? Did you just see that? It's in order for that blue dot to get where? This next slide, this cocksucker Brennan, the car went backwards. You guys just see that? The car went backwards. The car went backwards. AKA the phone. But if you're saying the phone's in the car, okay? Straight back right there at, and they literally try to hide this and act like it's nothing. I don't know if the defense caught it or not. I caught it. Okay. But more importantly, I caught that this was not Karen Reed's vehicle. Okay. This is not Karen Reed's vehicle. So again, please pay attention to the screen. The blue dot, it's past the Fairview house on the left. So you have two little squares representing houses on the left-hand side. The blue dot, look where it's at. All right. Now you're either having somebody, remember Higgins said he was dragging the snow. He would drag it back and he was playing around or whatever. Remember that? He just zooms in here. The camera guy does what? Watch. Boom. Backwards. Brennan, you sick bastard. Then Now it moved up an inch, or whatever. Now it moves up again. Now watch. There's more. I'm going to go back to the screen. Okay. He's like, okay, I have enough of that because the car's just stopped now. The car's just, stopped, right? Let me zoom this in. Oopsies. At 12:25 and 30 seconds. That's where he's saying the vehicle.
Anymore?
Stupid fuck.
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle.
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know.
Jennifer McCabe does not move from 12:25 until 12:35, but she calls. What's his name? She calls John at 12:27. All right. This is where it gets so good. She said it was a butt dial, right? I must have butt dialed him. Nope, John. Well, the phone is answered. We'll just say that. The phone is answered. Okay. 12:25 and 30 seconds. Phone is answered. Or 12:27, the phone is answered and some change. 6-7 second call. Now, the next piece of data they want to show us, this is going to blow your minds off. 12:27 and 35 seconds to 12:28 and 15 seconds. When that phone call registered, it was, signaling. Okay. This is what it made. It could be anywhere in that area. At 12:27, the phone could be anywhere in this area, which is where that little arrow is. That's where 34 Fairview is, where that's down here, this red. That's just Fairview Road right here. But you see how big this is? And you see how it's swirling up like that? Now I want to show you what I did. Again, this is 12:27 and 35 seconds to 12:28 and 15 seconds. And it's swirling up. It does the same thing when it goes a little bit further. So that's 12:27, 30. Oh, yeah, here it is. From 12:27, 35 seconds to 12:38 and 15 seconds. You guys are not even going to believe this. So we know that Jen, from 12:25 to 12:35, remember I said, I was like, I don't know how many SUVs they took over, but they were leaving to go somewhere. They were going somewhere else. She's clearly in a car. She's sitting in a car. She's taken that one step. Well, here is this data right here is, I put in Higgins's address just to show you if you're going to Roxbury, if you're going to start going that way. If you're going to start going that way. Okay. This is, that's Oakdale over there. Here's over here, 34 Fairview. And then it scrolls up like this. This is the route on how you would have to take to get out to go, how you would leave if you were going to Roxbury. Okay. And how it had like that big, and it was like a big, it couldn't zoom in or anything like that. So you ready for this? This is what it's doing from 12:27 to 12:38, and then again from 12:40 until 12:59. before then it hits and it's back where it's just like resting. I want to show you guys next. Hold on. Where it's resting by they say the flagpole or whatever. Oh, but wait for it. Okay. I want to thank, is Teresa in chat? I want to thank Teresa because I've used Criminality Did and cleared up a video that I needed so bad. I'm going to play this for you. Carrie Roberts' staged 911 call that goes out to Sean Good. Here it is. And okay. Here we go.
Can't believe Sean Good.
Hi, my name is Clary. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and he would be on foot, but...
No.
He's a Boston cop. He's a Boston cop. He'd be on foot. Carrie Roberts, wide awake at 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Just wide awake after finding out how good friends she is with Lank's wife. And this is going to get so sickly good.
Probably got a ride and passed out.
She's the one that mentions that this all was at a Waterfall bar. Okay. Saying that that's where Karen is saying that she left him. Lies.
Someone's house, I don't know, but...
Yeah, but no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, right off of Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow off of Pleasant. Okay, and is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
It's his girlfriend, yeah. They were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yep.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because he never even called the niece.
Yep.
So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so he called the area hospital. Nobody has him. I personally think someone probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He didn't drive last night?
No.
How would you know that?
Okay. Again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in or come to the station and talk to us. But, I mean, as of right now, it's more, he just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes happen with him?
No. That's why.
Yeah.
Because he didn't call his niece. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the area hospitals. I said I would call Canton police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. And like I said, he's a Boston police officer. He knows a bunch of people. Anybody could have picked him up.
Yeah.
Freaking it out.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a blizzard party of some sort.
Yeah. No.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here.
Right there. They were having a blizzard party. Apparently they were having a blizzard party, and then Officer Good slips the tongue, and he says, oh, yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't there, because he knows of the blizzard party. He knows that his boys that are the Canton Police Department, Lank, and the canine officer over there on Oakdale, that they were having a party. Okay, this blizzard party. That was never at 34 Fairview. The 34 Fairview ended up like having to say that people went there and never went where they truly went. But so when I heard that again and again and again, I'm like, boom, no, Find out where John has his steps registered, okay? Where his steps were registered. And, oh, well, they're on Oakdale. Wow, can you imagine that? Right where the cops' houses are. Wow, and they're right there. Now, the next thing that didn't make sense to me, and then we're going to come right back here to close it all up, is when Karen Reed came home, okay, and she said, everybody is looking for you. Everybody is looking for you. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. Why is she like, what the hell? Well, because these theories are goofy. What are you talking about? This is the data. This is the straight fucking data. So if you look at Alan Jackson laid it out pretty good. If so Karen's over there waiting at that Oakdale area, okay? And how would it be possible for Karen to even say that people are looking for him, right? Well, you just have to leave it to the Jen McCabe's and the Alberts and to go over to Oakdale where they were headed and to say, oh, hey, what's up? Where's John? Come on, let's go in. We're all going to go in. What do you mean, where's John? What do you mean, where's John? Like, I thought, well, he went in there to see if, like, if we were, wasn't he, did he, wait, what? You don't know where he's at? Like, I don't know. Is there a way there was a conversation over there at that Oakdale area? Because they're over here saying us, you know, is that you? Are you here? Are you here? Pulling behind us. And then, you know, then John either gets in the car with them. It doesn't make sense if he's already at Oakdale. Why would Higgins go and take him to 34 Fairview, right? Because they were originally supposed to pick people up. But at the end of the day, when you look at the data of this, Karen Reed never went to 34 Fairview. She was over there at Oakdale. Okay. And then this is where this whole big concoction comes into. Then this party wasn't over here at Oakdale. We can't have it be over here because the whole Alan Jackson said in his opening statements that there's a witness that sees John O'Keefe go in the house. Well, guess what, guys? He never said what house. The house that I believe John O'Keefe was seen going in was either 33 Oakdale or 29 Oakdale, whichever one, because people are going back and forth. And then you have Carrie. Then you have Jen McCabe is the one that's, hey, now calling all the time and what? So you can ask yourself, are you looking for a cell phone? How does Higgins get involved coming back? He was like on his way out. That's where I think he realized that he had fucking John's phone. And so he comes back over there to the house. He knows then that, listen, guys, we've done crimes for a very long time. Okay. So either if you don't believe that there was an accident, somebody got hit right there, but they needed to have Karen go home. And it was like, we don't know where John is. And that's the only thing as to why Karen would be so pissed when she got home, is to say, like, what the fuck is going on? Okay. Everyone's looking for you. Where the fuck are you? Because what do you mean everyone would be looking for you? And then these nasty human beings got so ridiculously in front of this, made Karen Reed out to be like she was some lush drunk, doesn't know what happened, saying all these things that she never said. Okay. And here, literally, poor Karen Reed, she doesn't know when she's going to say, like, I didn't know that we ever came to 34 Fairview. No, Karen Reed never went to 34 Fairview. Karen Reed went to 33 Oakdale. Money. Jay, go give yourself a hand job. Make sure you use your left hand. Why are they lying about the house that they were at? Because that's the whole point, is that Karen left. These people all know that Karen was not the last person to see John. Okay. And you can ask yourselves, and we're going to get more data, but right now I said, listen, you have to be able to explain John's last movements, and it can't, and it's right there when homie tried to skip over that slide. And I'll play that one more time.
Completely passive. And yes, it's 5 meter accuracy, but no movement. The location and the speed data from the device.
Right. Out of when
Was the car continue 24?
Indicator of speed. It may not be, so it's 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022. And you said at 12:24:38, it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34,
John's phone there. So that
Ask it non-meeting.
did this car or the phone that was in the car ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling.
Address on the far left, where this
From
address before it stopped.
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it non-meeting.
The driveway before it stopped.
Objection, Your
Were at if the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house,
yes,
does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway?
okay. Since there is more movement, so clearly John takes, or I should say the cell phone takes 20 more steps, okay, at 12:32, or moves for 20 more seconds. So I guarantee you that there's some pieces that, remember, Karen leaves at about 12:31 to be able to be on the Wi-Fi by 12:36. And you have Jen McCabe moving for the first time at 12:35 and 39 seconds. So when they would have all head back there, remember I said John had a chance to like drop his phone. If you're putting your phone in your back pocket of a Jeep or any type of vehicle, you could drop it. You could, so if you want to, the only other scenario here is that John goes back and jumps in the car with those, fools, like I said, and they're going to a different location. Everything happens over there at Lank's house, and that's why you couldn't have anything over there. Move it back over here at 34 Fairview. Higgins had his phone in his Jeep, knowing that we cannot move that phone because these are all cops. They know what the data will show. Okay, we're going to put it in, somebody puts it in airplane mode, in my opinion, at 1:36 and takes it out at like 6:02 in like 50 seconds. And it's somebody that's following around Karen Reed, or at least sitting out there to watch every single movement that Karen Reed makes, because they need to be ready and try to intercept things. They need to have that phone moving as soon as anybody would get to the body of John O'Keefe to cover up the data of the phone moving when somebody got there. And then that's the whole thing of like doing CPR. If the CPR wasn't done by those girls, it would have been done by somebody. People are trying to say that the 423 steps are CPR. Get the fuck out of here. Carrie Roberts was not doing CPR like that. These steps were registered and the phone was, going crazy, more or less. But the timing of it is literally right when they're at the body. And the only way that would be able to happen is this is so. I believe John O'Keefe, after all this new data, I think he was murdered, you guys. And at first I thought this was an accident. And then they panicked and then they took an accident, didn't get help, and then it turned into what it turned into. I don't see that anymore. And that's why I think that whatever Alan Jackson, the rest of the stuff that he has, and he has a lot more. I know he does. And that's why they're calling this murder. Okay, this wasn't an accident. When I went back into the discovery, then I saw that John's phone had his Boston PD email on it. So all of your emails that have to do with work are attached there. So it's this data is wild. It's going to prove Karen Reed innocent. They went over to the Oakdale Street. That's where everybody was supposed to go. That's why John O'Keefe calls at 12:18 and 50 seconds to Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where the fuck are you?" More or less, because they're there. And then where Karen Reed was left to wait was actually at the 33 Oakdale. Okay, that's where she was. And remember how they said that they thought that they had John originally getting hit by a car on recording? Okay. Because they had Ring camera footage of it. Well, maybe they did, but it just wasn't fucking Karen. But the data you just have to keep explaining the data. And finally, it's here it is, boom. Everybody's been obsessed with this house and that everything happened at 34 Fairview. This did not happen at 34 Fairview. But that's been the whole point of these crazy people that do this. This isn't their first rodeo cover-up murder. Are you kidding me? They sold the house and they got rid of their dog to keep everybody over here. And if you don't think that that is something that these people would do, I'm sorry, but that's exactly what these people would do. It makes perfect sense that, she's outside of a house and she dropped John off and he went up to the door whatever. She probably wasn't paying attention to all these houses. You're in this area where a lot of things look alike. And then these people try to pass it off that Karen came here, that Karen came to 34 Fairview. And then this whole thing morphed as that everybody was welcome to go back to 34 Fairview. And we were all going to go back to 34 Fairview. And I said, that doesn't make any sense that Karen would then think that they weren't invited. Where would Karen think that they weren't invited to? It had to be a place that the people that were doing the inviting or whatever house you're going to, you're not with them. And that's why I was just why would Karen go up to a house and she wasn't with any of those people? She has no idea. It's night and day different from 34 Fairview. And so here you have all these people talking about Karen Reed seeing an SUV over there at 34 Fairview. You guys are all full of shit. Okay. Karen Reed's SUV was never over there at 34 Fairview, ever. John O'Keefe didn't go up any stairs at 34 Fairview. And John O'Keefe is well alive. And Karen Reed is over on Oakdale. And John O'Keefe's phone data is so inaccurate until after 1 o'clock in the morning, where then it gets more accurate. And that's where it's in a car right outside over there. So I thought about that too. I'm like, well, Higgins' Jeep was just sitting there. John's phone could be in it. John didn't realize his phone was in there. They go then over and jump in the McCabe's car, go over to, Oakdale. She's already left. Like, but those are the scenarios that you're working with. And that's how Karen Reed would get to a level where she was just like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. She has no idea where he's at. He's not at this. He's not in the house over here. And then I could see somebody saying something like, well, I don't know. He's not there. People are looking for you. People are looking for you. Now, Karen could have just been lying about that, but that doesn't make any sense that people would be looking for you. I could see people could say like that they were looking for him over there at Oakdale because he wasn't there. But this is it. This was a huge chunk of this puzzle piece, and we got it. Lank and his little boy that has the canine dog, the canine dog cop. That's whose house is on Oakdale, Lank. And then where Lank just shows up, Carrie Roberts, I personally think that Carrie Roberts was at that party on Oakdale. 100%. Carrie Roberts just didn't insert herself in the mix of this at, no fucking way. No way. That doesn't make any sense. That phone call was so scripted and for a reason. Why would John ever say you're going to call the police when somebody calls you like within 5 minutes? You're calling the hospitals immediately, and then you're calling the police. Well, I would hope that you'd be confused if you just got here. But thank you for making your arrival and departure, So the reason I broke up my night to show this is because this is everything in the Idaho4 case that you're going to deal with in the Idaho4 case. Yeah, he knows that she knows. He also knows that she's not moving. She's not walking around anywhere. I would like to know, does anybody have the date of when the feds gotten involved in the Sandra Birchmore case? Does anybody know when that started brewing? And none of these people were friends with John. Oh wait, you want to see the Oakdale? I'm sorry. Let me see. You guys want to see the Oakdale Street? Oh, I thought I already showed you guys the Oakdale stuff. Here you go. Okay. 12:19 and 33 seconds to 12:20 and 18 seconds. Okay. This data, you see how it's wide circle, bigger circle over here? All right. Until he presses, or whoever on the Waze presses this address, 34 Fairview, which the perpendicular street here that's running next to where the black is, that's Oakdale. It's a little bit further down. And this is where Waze is activated.
Minutes and 33 seconds after midnight. Ask. So again, we see that begins to records as the device.
This is Dedham.
Came to either a slow or.
This is Dedham. Okay. Dedham. He's talking about the same parts here.
points, and also the bearing or the direction of travel between those 2 points.
Direction of
So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that show directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information,
Okay, so the next one
No,
here is
for this road, like traveling at 20 is taken together, increase my confidence that this would be a slide. Like that, be a cluster of records here,
okay, Maple.
which is around a stop sign. So again,
So when they're traveling on Dedham, then it's a left onto Maplecroft Road. 12:20 and 19 seconds to 12:21 and 58 seconds. Then Maplecroft, and when you're making this like turn to go left, it becomes Oakdale. Oakdale is where all the two out of the three flights of stairs register.
it
Oakdale.
indicates how reliable the data is because they'll look and then continue.
So Karen's,
There
it is.
The hours of 20.
Oakdale. What does that say right there, guys? Does this say Oakdale? Does that say Oakdale? That says Oakdale, doesn't it? Yeah, Oakdale. Oakdale. Who lives in Oakdale? 2 police officers. Lank and the canine cop. You guys know the canine cop? The one that everybody's going crazy about, that John O'Keefe was bit by a dog? Wow. Lank, there's a house in between Lank, who's a cop, and the canine cop. There's one house between them. And then right next to Lank's is a stop sign. And Whiffen gets to go ahead and say in his little presentation that the reason that you have a cluster right here is because the car had come to 0 miles per hour because it came to the stop sign. Well, do you want to know what time that's at? Cluster at the stop sign, right before you get to make a right on the Cedar Crest Avenue. That is from 12:21 and 59 seconds to 12:22 and 53 seconds. What happens between that, Lana? Oh, 12:22 and 17 seconds and 12:22 and 32 seconds. That's what happens between that. And that's where the flights of stairs are registered. So wait, the phone is registering flights of stairs during the cluster stop at the stop sign that's right next to Lank's house? That's exactly what it's doing. Wow. It's because they really weren't stopping at the stop sign. This car pulled off, stopped. Somebody got out of the car, okay? And you're right in front of this house, and you're either, when you go into a house, you can go downstairs to the basement, then you can come back up. You can go into a house, you can go straight upstairs. But you guys know how flat that street is? Yeah. So this is where all the flights of stairs are happening. And I knew about the street last year. And I said, who lives over there? I said, who lives over there? Whoever lives over there. I said, that's where Waze was activated. It was like they went somewhere. And then that's exactly what I said. I said, it's like John and Karen went somewhere. And then the call that John made was like, where are you guys? Are you guys fucking coming here? Like, it looks like there's nobody here. There you go.
1 minute and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds. The device continues.
But that's where the flights of stairs are registering when the car stopped. No. All right, that's all. Really good news for Karen. Really good news for Karen. And I hope Alan Jackson, the team, start really putting things together here with just how sick this truly was. Yeah, Dr. Latina, I was like, this, it's all documented in my lives that I showed. I was like, I've got to go against the grain here, but I just don't think Karen was at 34 Fairview. And literally people bit my fucking head off. And I'm like, I don't care. You can bite my head off. You guys can think, oh, she's crazy. I'm like, no, I'm not. And it's coming out. And Karen was not at 34 Fairview because they associated the fact that John O'Keefe was with Karen because of the way that these assholes lied, and that John O'Keefe was with Karen going to 34 Fairview. And I called flat out bullshit. I said, no. I said, they went over here to this area. I said, where were they truly going? And then it made perfect sense because I was like, why would John be calling Jen after she already texted the 34, like to write in 34 Fairview? But then I was like, well, what came first? Like, which call came first? Did the text come first, like the number 34 Fairview, or did the call? And remember I said, I was like, seems like Higgins, Brian Albert, and Chloe could have possibly gotten in a vehicle, and left and went over to this area wherever everybody was meeting, wherever this party was at. And then everybody had to lie and say that there was never this blizzard party over on Oakdale. And that's when everything changed. And the only thing I can think of is that there must have been a lot of blood over there at 34 or 33 or 29 Oakdale. Everybody's way too awake at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I have no problem saying it is my opinion that Carrie Roberts was at that party where it's her best friend, the Lanks or whatever. She's really good friends with, whoever. And everybody's just friends with Carrie Roberts. Remember all this shit? All I know is God was looking out for Karen Reed when she hit John O'Keefe's car. If she would have never hit John O'Keefe's car and tapped it like that, I think she'd be, I don't think that she would have made any, I think she'd be in prison. Like, can you imagine if she would have never bumped into John O'Keefe's car? When she's pulling out at 5:07, somebody is watching her. Somebody knows this. And I don't know if it's because they're watching John's phone with the Ring cameras. Okay. But immediately when she's leaving at 5:07, Jen McCabe's phone calls Nicole Alberts' phone. 5:07. The phones communicate for 36 seconds. $100 Carrie was up there. What do you think, Dr. Latina? Are we going to get Karen didn't have location services on, allegedly. So that's the other thing is that, so here's my bold prediction. I believe with what I've uncovered up to this point, I think that Karen Reed is going to testify. Karen Reed's going to say, I never went to 34 Fairview. We never went to 34 Fairview. Okay. That was their narrative that they tried to get in front of. Okay. I think that Karen is going to testify. There's more data coming. I think about this. The jury hears nothing but all these fucking liars who set up Karen Reed, right? Think about it. Alan Jackson just keeps proving all of these people lied, right? Nothing about this. Don't you think the jury, here's a woman that just had to endure all of these people's shit and lies and to set her up and to frame her, right? And the cops did this to another cop. Take care of your bullshit elsewhere. Leave us civilians alone. Okay? It's your cops and the spouses of those cops and the families of those cops. This was cop on cop. Okay? Over there. Take care of your fucking shit. Whatever bullshit you guys got going on. Citizens, we're over here. Like, we have enough. Karen Reed takes the stand and simply tells the truth. I think that they set up Hank Brennan. I think that Alan Jackson is not a fucking moron. Seeing what this man has and knowing that he has a shit ton more based on how he said in his opening that we have a witness that saw John go into the house. And I said, holy shit, bombshell, right? Woo! That's like, well, Alan Jackson never said what house. I think the witnesses or witness saw John go over here at 29 or 33 Oakdale. And I think that Karen Reed testifying and it'd be brief. There wouldn't be a lot to it. It's just about the night. And she can't answer anything that's client attorney privilege. So as long as she didn't give anything, like Alan Jackson can be objecting, and that's client attorney privilege. But I just think that in this, it's Karen Reed's the only one that can talk about this. Okay, Karen Reed can show what the data really represents versus somebody trying to manipulate it. And the only people that put her at 34 Fairview. So now think about this. You know how they all want to say like, oh, Karen went to 34 Fairview before going to what's her name's, to Jen McCabe's. Ready? No. She went to 33 Oakdale. That's what would have taken, and that's just literally 3 streets away. In that area, right? And Karen's never needed to testify. Karen doesn't need to testify in this, but if she wants to testify, I believe that all of these people have lied. So you have, I think a juror is going to be like, yeah, we know for a fact all these people lied. And now what are you going to say? Oh, now Karen's a liar too. Now just everybody's lying. Somebody's got to be telling the truth, right? Somebody's got to be telling the truth. But isn't that, now think about how crazy this is. So you know how they sprinkled the, what is it? The 47 pieces of taillight? They sprinkled it on 34 Fairview. Karen Reed never fucking went to 34 Fairview. Karen Reed went to 33 Oakdale. What was the other piece of? Oh, people have always asked me, Lana, when do you think John O'Keefe was on the lawn? Okay. Well, remember how I told you guys in the first trial, if you look at certain pictures, you can see steps walking through behind a little bit further, like where like the bed was. And I was like, look at those spots. Look at that. Like somebody was over there. Okay. And so I think that John was hidden behind the bed until a certain point in time to move him. And that's when the Ford Edge or whatever went over there. And I think what's her name's Jen McCabe's data kind of tells us when somebody at least walked over and checked out John in this area, because when they leave at 1:44 and 28 seconds from 34 Fairview, whoever backs the car out of the driveway of 34 Fairview, oh, by the way, I don't believe that Sarah Livingston got a ride home from Jen, and I don't believe that Nagel did either. Jen's phone moves 55 steps between 1:44 and 8 seconds in the morning to 1:45 and 58 seconds. She, though, does not move. So, and right before that, the 10 minutes leading up to that, she takes 302 steps without her phone. And I was like, dude, this is someone that's hunting for their phone. Okay. And this is where I'm just like, holy shit, you know, that would remind me of me. I'm running all over the house looking for my cell phone, or I'm running all over the house looking for my purse. I'm running all over doing something. Let's see what's going on. Sorry, back. Back. What was I saying there? Oh, yeah. So here I can put it up on the screen again. So stop. And you go to right here. And you pull up this data. And the Higgins saying his text at 12:20. Ryan Nagel saying here, okay, hey, when did your brother come and pick you up? Remember that whole thing? And then she ends up staying or whatever. She didn't end up leaving, whatever, blah, blah. Let me see those texts. Okay. Pull in behind me. And now how long would it take to get, if you're pulling in behind me, I'm then going to jump in your car, right? Pull in behind me. I'm going to jump in your car, and then we're going to drive over to Lanks. And you would be there, right? Because it's a 3-minute drive. and the time that she, but then what they realize is that I personally, whatever car McCabe was in, they just ended up driving, and somebody just jumped into his, like, I was like, ooh, that could be John too. Taking those last movements, jumping in the car. Anyways. But go right here. How crazy is this? 302 steps from 136 in 36 seconds to 144. Then, so she gets in the SUV at 144 and 28 seconds. Somebody other than her, in my amazing opinion, begins to move with the phone, but continues to move with the phone well past it by a minute and a half. Okay. And that's what this association is. Her phone. And this right here is obviously just her watch without her phone. Okay. And then 155 and 34 seconds to 147. Oh, wait, let me back up. The reason there's that extra minute and whatever in those steps, I believe that somebody is looking and maybe checking on somebody or seeing what's up. But right here, while Jen McCabe is just sitting in her SUV from 144 until 2:13 when they arrive home, somebody with her cell phone and for 3 minutes takes 16 total steps. It's like taking 8 steps one way and 8 steps back. And I believe that they went and they checked to see if Karen Reed was actually fucking at John's or not. This is why I believe the Ring camera is missing. Because these steps right here with her phone, it can't be attributed to Jennifer McCabe because Jennifer McCabe has her watch on. And when they're moving simultaneously, like you can tell. So. Then every time that she's going up a flight of stairs with her watch, her phone number goes. Now let's talk about Judge Hippler. Welcome. Why would Paul O'Keefe try and cover? They worked Mrs. O'Keefe day one. You guys see Mrs. O'Keefe, she left and Paul left. They weren't there for the second half today. That's the first time that's ever happened. Just so we know that. All right. But here we go. Hippler. I believe it's time for Hippler to, it's called, you can actually, 25. So I.R.C. 25. There you go. And let me bring it up on this. Bring it up here. Disqualification of a judge without cause. A couple of different ways you can do this. You need to have cause, though, based on the timing of all of this. So you have to go to the rule. It's the Supreme Court. It's the Idaho Criminal Rule 25, disqualification of a judge. And you want to scroll down, and you're going to be going and seeing right here, you have a chance to do disqualification for cause. So it's I.R.C. 25 B and then 4. And so disqualification for cause, any party to an action may disqualify a judge from presiding in any action on any of the following grounds. 1, that the judge is a party or is interested in the action or proceeding. 2, that the judge is related to either party. 3, that the judge has been attorney or counsel for any other party in the action or proceeding, or right here, 4, in my opinion, that the judge is biased or prejudiced for or against any party or that party's case. Now, I don't know if this is career suicide or not for Ann Taylor and the rest of the team and how this would operate. What I mean by career suicide is, come on, you're about to try to take out a judge's legs, right? But he called, think about this. He called one of the sides, one of their expert witnesses, a conspiracy theorist. Okay, with more of these conspiracy theories. Okay, after he filled out, first of all, his resume speaks for itself. But how is that not an appearance of bias? How is that not an appearance of like, wow, like this is the guy that's going to be refereeing the case. He reads an affidavit and considers it conspiracy theories versus why don't we, I don't know, have him be called to the stand and because everything that Cyrate is saying is presented. I mean, the only thing that's a conspiracy theory that I see is coming from the state because, or I should say the judge, because he should just be the referee. And you're catching the state just lying to you because when they tell you that they didn't use the Ridge Road cameras, then you find out that they did. That's not how we made the identification. Well, yep, you did. Then we got to Brian Kober all these other ways, and we made probable cause all these other ways. But well, hey, guess what? After we get past this and we don't need to have a Franks hearing, wipe our foreheads. And then we say to the judge, well, we just need you to allow us to say that we got a tip so that we can just show how the investigation progressed. It's like, no, you're going to use your probable cause, right? At the end of the day, Judge Hippler should have never said that. At the end of the day, is that right? What's her name? Jennings, Ann Taylor. I don't care who Cyrate would have belonged to with any proceeding. To hear the judge say what he said, and I actually have read every single document in this case, okay? And no, actually, you're the conspiracy theorist because it takes a fool not to be able to read these documents and see what the fuck has been going on, and then you try to flip it. And when you want to talk about people's careers and that, oh yeah, these are some serious accusations. Well, then why aren't you, if there's such serious accusations, then why aren't you taking it seriously? Instead, he makes some fucking crazy ass comment. And I think it's beyond obvious that the state has another prosecutor. And if I'm just the family, I don't want to do this again because of a technicality. And so I was looking to see if it was at all possible to get Hippler, tossed. And it most certainly is. And I think this is one of those times and opportunities that, kind of like the Karen Reed case, I would never be saying that defendants just, go testify. But there's always an exception. And this to me seems like this is an exception. Okay. That how can I possibly think that I'm going to get a fair trial or a fair shake at anything when I have the judge off the rip, when my phone expert puts in an affidavit and asks to be heard, and we ask to present evidence and call witnesses, and you deny that, and then you call my expert a conspiracy theorist. I don't have to prove that you're biased. I have to show the courts that there is a presumption, that you are appearing to be biased, and I can get you off. I believe that that's the threshold, and I think that they would make it. So I'm sorry, but if I'm Ann Taylor, and I'm not a lawyer, but if I was Ann Taylor, this is one of those opportunities, and I would be doing it, because I don't think that anybody should go to trial with a judge like this. That's just my opinion. I'm going to share a video here for a second.
One, the biggest clue so far is a tan leather knife sheath that was found next to one of the victims. They found DNA on that knife sheath, and as they were investigating a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger, and that's when they really started surveilling him. They found some trash at his parents' house and they took some DNA from that, and that's how they were able to get a match to link him based upon the fact that cell phone records, the forensic evidence there, the several. They're saying that there were 12 different times that his cell phone pinged near that residence before the murders, and they say that that's usually an indication that someone is staking out a crime scene before they actually commit those murders. Vicki, Savannah?
Savannah, these clues coming out of the affidavit showing why he was arrested. We know that he is going to make, or has made, his first court appearance back there in Idaho. Walk us through what happens next.
Question: have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims? Question: have you read?
Okay, so I let that play all the way through, and I'm gonna play one more time right here. And please tell me how hard it is for this woman to find what she's looking for, is to say that there's all this evidence against Brian Kohlberger. Watch.
They were able to get a match to link him based upon. As they were investigating a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra, they linked it to Kohlberger, and that's when they really started surveilling him. They found some trash at his parents' house and they took some DNA from that, and that's how they were able to get a match to link him based upon the fact that cell phone records, the forensic evidence there, the several. They're saying that there were 12 different times that his cell phone pinged near that residence before the murders, and they say that that's usually an indication that someone is staking out a crime scene before they actually commit those murders. Vicki, Savannah?
Savannah, these clues coming out of the affidavit showing why he was arrested. We know that he is going to make.
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry. This is my prime example. None of this is true, right? We're getting these golden nuggets here out of the probable cause affidavit on how they built probable cause to arrest Brian Kober. None of it's true. They did not build. I mean, they lied about how they built it, because if they would have even remotely built it just a teeny bit this way, they wouldn't need a tip.
Or has made his first court appearance back there in Idaho. Walk us through what happens next.
Unbelievable.
Question. Have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims? Question. Have you read, seen, or heard the DNA found on the knife sheath was later matched to Brian Kober?
The damage has been done. We've been working very, very hard to keep the sort of noise out of the case. And now it's been injected, at least to these 400 people.
Nobody's injecting anything into the case. A random small percentage of the population is contacted. Have you read, seen, or heard things that are lifted straight out of the media?
Walked into a courtroom today. He's charged in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students last November. The defense today questioned the validity of the DNA found in the knife sheath allegedly connecting Koberger to the murders. They are demanding more information about that DNA from the prosecutors.
They have provided full discovery for the sheath, the DNA found on the knife sheath, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples.
Prosecutors say they've handed over what they have.
We have given the defense everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist.
Police arrest.
No mic again. Right. Rewind that back. Right there, we hear good old Santa telling us that they did not do any workups. Okay, we cannot give them something that we do not have. Who in the wouldn't do and go and find whose blood this belongs to? Especially when you would have to be at least considering that more than one person did this. That have to be like, at least just, let's consider it. Maybe it didn't happen, but like, let's just rule it out. Let's just rule it out. I shouldn't be muted anymore, right?
Arrested Koberger at his family's Pennsylvania home back in December, more than 6 weeks after the gruesome murders set off panic on the Idaho college campus.
Did some digging for until 5 o'clock in the morning last night. Ready for it. Now, I'm not sure if people know this. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maddie was arrested, okay, the first month of school in her freshman year. Okay. 9/21/2019. 19. Went and looked for, it was a Saturday night, 9/21/2019. Her freshman year, so 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, maybe sophomore. Went and pulled up the old school, all of the, you know, what were these fucking things called? No report taken, report taken. So I came across on 9/21/2019 a couple very interesting I want to share with you guys. We have an alcohol offense at 700 Block and Taylor Ave. Just so you guys know, that is exactly where the undercovers parked their vehicles on the night of the murders. The 700 Block of Taylor Avenue is right by that fire hydrant. Okay. Alcohol offense. So I put that over there. That's on 9/21. Again on 9/21. An hour later, 45 minutes later, 700 Block of Taylor. Officer arrested male. Officer requested case. Report taken. Alcohol offense. The other one was an alcohol offense. Next one. I looked up all of the social media posts for Maddie and Kaylee, and there is none on the 21st, but on September 22nd, 2019, a day later, which would have been on Sunday, they posted about winning is fun game day. Not like, oh my God, you guys will never believe I just fucking got arrested. All right. So I want to show you guys something. Maybe she just got cited. But 700 Block of Taylor. Literally. Boom. Okay. Next. The next day after the arrest, 9/22. Talking about the game day. Then alcohol offense. King Road and Queen Road. Oh. 2101. King Road, Queen Road. Same day. Then I just have to read this for the fun of it. On September 21st, 2019, on the 1100 block of EB Street, reporting party asked her neighbor to not prop up sunflowers on the reporting party's fence. It has been an issue for a month, damn it. Neighbor got verbal with the reporting party and is now displaying the sunflowers on the roof towards the reporting party. Can you get over here and get a report going? You guys, I was like, wait, somebody is calling in about some fucking sunflowers? Reporting party states that there is water pushing up through the middle of the street. Officers in water department responded, no report. Alcohol offense. Ooh, Dr. Leon Green, 1990 Hall of Fame inductee. This is Daddy Green's daddy. Dr. Green's career spanned 41 years and touched the lives of thousands of Idaho's young people as a director of health, physical education, recreation, dance, and athletics. Green's credits are many, respective to published works, blah, blah, blah. In 1974, Dr. Green participated in the construction of the Kibbe Dome and developed tennis courts, playing fields, and basketball courts. Yeah. Inland Empire 25-year award for contributions to sports and being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Nice job. So I went and looked again on the 21st of September and found there's another one. Alcohol offense. Address, Stadium Drive, Kibbe. They were found in they got in trouble basically drinking on campus, but in the administration building. So there was an alcohol offense And so I went and I pulled this FOIA. So I'm waiting patiently for it because I said, well, this is rather interesting. At 1 o'clock in the morning, why would Campus Drive Administration Building, why would there be an alcohol offense and no report at 1 o'clock in the morning at the administration building? I said, I want to see that. I want to see who was involved in that. Anyways, so Maddie gets arrested within a month into the school year in 2019. I was like, then here it is. Oh, not that one. Fuck. Here it is. Latah County Magistrate Court, Clerk of Courts filed at 9/27. File date was 9/27/2019. Madison Mogan, alcoholic beverage under 21 years of age. The date of it was 9/21/2019, $437. And I was like, boom, that's what the, there was no plea agreement. And she just pled guilty. And it was all handled and everything was done and over with on 10/1/2019. And then she mailed in a payment. So it was $487.50. She mailed in a payment for $50.50. Her total financial assessment was $487.50. Total payments and credits. When you hear the word "and credits," what do you think? Total payments and credits would be not just total payments, but when you say total payments and credits, she was given $487.50. It was basically like, you're not going to pay any money. But she mailed in a payment on 10/1/2019 for $50.50. Don't worry about this on the screen, sorry. So, I thought that was interesting. All about it, what was interesting. So I'm waiting on a couple FOIAs from 9/21/2019 with a little bit of a twist. And I pulled the payment history on this and I want to see what the deal was. But she's underage. So it's probably sealed. But for Ann Taylor, I wonder if she can get her hands on that just to see what the deal was. Because guess who was running back in 2019? This was all handled so quickly. She got in trouble on the 21st. And then it was handled on the 27th, and then she made a $50.50 payment that she mailed in on the 1st. This was literally handled like boom. That's pretty quick, don't you think? So I don't know if I want to see the body cam. And I want to know which one of the 20 on 9/21, which one it was, what offense it was. There was 27 offenses that they had calls to that day on 9/21/2019. And so I think I have it pretty much narrowed down. Obviously, you can throw out anything that's not an alcohol call. I mean, if she's the sunflower girl, I'll just. But yeah, there's 20. Well, technically there's 27 pages, but there's pretty much 1 or 2 per page. Listen to this one. Accident, hit and run. 15 minutes ago, reporting party was hit by a semi. What the fuck? That couldn't stop for a light. Reporting party couldn't get them to pull over. Officer responded, report taken. Woo. Communications problem. Latah County transferred open line 911. Heard noise, line engine, maybe lawn mower. Disconnected and got a voicemail on callback. Officer responded, no report. Communication problem. Another one at the bank. Controlled substance problem. Reporting party thought she witnessed a drug drop 5 minutes ago into shrubbery next to a house. Male was on a bicycle and looked around after he put an item into the shrubs. That was on 9/21/2019. Controlled substance problem. And it doesn't say if a report was taken or not. We put a FOIA on for that. What other ones were interesting on that day? Yeah, this alcohol offense at the stadium. There's an alcohol offense at the stadium. Remember I showed you that Daddy Green was taking shots with the but I need to double check and see when Daddy Green actually came and became president. Because I swear, was it 2018-19? So here at the Kibbe Dome at 2:42 in the afternoon, officer arrested a male for resisting obstructing justice. What? What is the exact offense? Intoxicated walking in roadway? I don't know. Alcohol offense at the stadium. Another one. Just officer responded, report taken. I mean, was Maddie just taking shots back with Daddy Green back then? So yeah, I was going through all the stuff that happened on 9/21/2019 because I wanted to see. Okay. Suspicious person / circumstance on 1100 block of Blaine. Ready? Subject flying drones over the reporting party's house and the armory. Officer responded and was unable to locate. No report. People doing, but things they may be at the fairground. Last 5 minutes ago, but also off and on the last few days. People are crazy. Intoxicated person. Officers responded. College cabs responded. No report. On the Chipman Trail across from Winco, an intoxicated male was urinating on the street. screaming at reporting party as he walked by. Alcohol events on 7th and Elm. Officer case, he asked for it himself. Suspicious person. Okay, then this was the one that's over there in King Road and Queen Road. And that's around 9:01. And then welfare check. Officer advised, owner showed up while en route, advised to disregard, no report. Reporting party hasn't seen neighbor for a week. Alcohol offense, 700 block of Taylor. That's right where I told you. And this one just says officer requested case. So it's one of those situations where they're like in that undercover position. It was at 10:49. And that's it. So one of those I think belonged to Maddie. Judge Hippler. There is a hearing next week, but the reason there's a hearing next week, guys, is because there's a deadline for it's on May 7th. So whatever day May 7th is that the day? I'm going to take a look one more time at. So Ann Taylor would file a motion, by the way, if she wants to flex on Hippler. She would flex on Hippler and file a motion for disqualification. A disqualification for cause must be made by a motion to disqualify accompanied by an affidavit. So they would have to put an affidavit in, swearing under the penalties of perjury, of the party, or that the party's attorney stating you have to state the grounds on which disqualification is based and the facts relied on in support of the motion. I personally believe that this, dude, it's crazy. He was provided with all of this material, and you want to talk about semantics? That motherfucker is playing semantics. He has an excuse for everything. He's arguing for the state. He's making arguments that the state hasn't even ever made. The motion for disqualification for cause may be made at any time. Some people are like, Lana, isn't that too late to do that? Nope. This can be made at any time. The presiding judge sought to be disqualified must grant or deny the motion for disqualification on notice and hearing in the manner prescribed by these rules for motions. I would file this fucker. No, I live once. On the filing of a motion for disqualification, the presiding judge has no authority to act further in the action except to grant or deny the motion for disqualification or to act as provided in subsection A11. On disqualification of a judge for any reason, the administrative judge of the judicial district or designee must appoint any other qualified judge in the judicial district to act or preside in the action. Instead of direct appointment, the administrative district judge or designee may make application to the Supreme Court for appointment of a new judge from outside of the judicial district to act or preside in the action. And I said, fucking do it, file it. So, Ann Taylor, what's up? Go ahead and file this for me. I'm just saying, if I was a defendant here in this position and I'm witnessing this and you just called who I know is telling the truth because I have all the documents, I've gone through them. No, I can't. If you're seeing it this way and you actually have the material, I don't have a prayer. I don't have a damn prayer. So, don't you think Brian would be saying something? Lana, can you FOIA the tickets that Rosie wrote to the 3 kids on Banfield? I think we have those already. I think we have those. I'm curious if I put a FOIA in for the federal, for the Idaho4 case for the federal if they were running a parallel investigation. I tried to get that. There's a couple other things I wanted to talk about with the Kohlberger case. So, I don't believe that the feds would have deleted Kaylee's LinkedIn, by the way. So I'm looking into seeing, is there a way that it can be preserved and it's like held back until whenever, and then it would come, out. But as far as like deleting, that doesn't make any sense that the FBI would be able to delete. I actually think that would be, again, like that would. No way. Brian Kohlberger would have a right to see that. Again. Okay, next thing I want to show. Let's see. Going back to. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I showed the wrong one. Okay.
Attorneys argue he's innocent and was out driving alone at the time of the murders. Is that a strong alibi?
No, it is not.
Criminal defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who is not part of this case, says it's a weak argument.
But an alibi defense is not, I simply wasn't there at the time. It's you must provide specifically where you were, time, place. Also, if you have any witnesses.
The defense had also been trying to delay the trial. Just moments ago, the judge ruled the trial will continue as scheduled in October. The victims' families were inside the courtroom and said they are optimistic.
College student killings. New documents just unsealed show that prosecutors say DNA left on a knife sheath was used to link Brian Kohlberger to the murders. And one of the surviving roommates came face to face with him that night. News Force Chris Glorioso has been looking at it. He's in the newsroom with details. Chris?
David, police believe Brian Kohlberger was a sophisticated killer using his advanced knowledge of criminology to try and outsmart investigators. But the court documents released today say he made a monumental blunder, leaving that knife sheath next to one of the victims. Police say forensics on that sheath, combined with cell phone and vehicle records, all point to Kohlberger as the killer.
I am going to leave.
You guys, I had to put that little clip in there because I just love the way he says, just a blunder. Just a blunder. He just made an absolute blunder.
The bail said in this case has no bail.
28-year-old PhD student Brian Kohlberger will have to fight his murder case from behind bars for now. At his first court appearance, Idaho prosecutors argued he was a flight risk because police found him 3,000 miles away from the murder scene at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. It turns out that house is where critical DNA evidence was harvested from the trash. According to this unsealed affidavit of probable cause, first, an Idaho lab located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of a knife sheath next to one of the stabbing victims. Then Pennsylvania agents recovered that trash from Kohlberger's family residence. DNA from the trash and DNA from the knife sheath identified a male who could not be excluded as the biological father of Kohlberger. Kohlberger's father is not accused of any crime. This is police body cam video showing both father and son pulled over for tailgating as they drove cross-country from Washington State to Pennsylvania about a month after the stabbings. Brian Kohlberger was arrested in his family's Pennsylvania home last week. The public defender who represented him said Kohlberger planned to prove his innocence.
He believes he's going to be exonerated. That's what he believes. Those were his words.
In order to beat the case against him, Kohlberger will have to explain not only the DNA on that knife sheath, but also cell phone records cited in the affidavit. Before the 4 University of Idaho.
Two things, right? The DNA on the sheath and the cell phone records, right? The cell phone records meaning that, like, let's say that I am my vehicle and car, or my vehicle and phone are one, and they're driving all over, right? And then the DNA on the knife sheath. I don't think he's going to have to explain anything about the car and the phone. It's like you have four white sedans, 2 of which I believe are the same make, maybe not the same color, model, and neither one of them, they're too early to be his.
Students were stabbed to death. Police say Koberger's phone pinged cell towers near the crime scene on at least a dozen occasions, suggesting he was scoping out his victims. They say his mobile phone did not communicate with nearby cell towers during the hours of the stabbings, but the affidavit suggests that is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide.
Okay, so right there, during the quadruple homicide, during the time of the crime, newsflash, Ann Taylor is going to say that the time of the crime is not at this 4 whatever to 4 whatever. That's coming. That's part of the defense, that the time of the crime is not accurate. And my experiences with Idaho, absolutely, they suck balls. Ann Taylor has experience with Idaho. She knows how these guys roll, especially Idaho State Police.
The most chilling passages of the affidavit unsealed today comes from one of the 2 surviving roommates in the apartment. She told investigators just after 4 a.m. in the morning of the killings, she heard crying. She opened her bedroom door and was frozen in shock when she saw someone in black clothing and a mask who walked right past her and out the apartment's back door. The mask, she said, covered the killer's mouth and nose.
Okay. Jennifer McCabe got eaten alive today because she didn't go to her brother's or brother-in-law's house. It's right there. Who's the first responder? He's a cop. Didn't go knock on the door, go right in. Hey, come on and help, And that was all just like 8-9 minutes, could have been the difference. And things like, none of this is true now. No one's in shock. No, Dylan said it herself. She thought that Xana was passed out from drinking and she was on the floor.
But the roommate told police she could see bushy eyebrows, and police described Koberger as fitting her description.
And welcome back, everybody. During the Idaho College student murders investigation, Moscow police contacted the makers of the knife believed to be the murder weapon. The probable cause affidavit says that officers found the sheath to a K-bar knife next to Madison Mogen's body. DNA on that sheath helped police connect Brian Koberger to the scene. Now, the director of sales and marketing for K-bar told TMZ that investigators contacted the company about the knives and sheaths they sell, but K-Bar did not have any records of someone named Brian Koberger purchasing one. Experts say the knife that would fit the sheath is a 7-inch utility knife, commonly used as a tool by campers or hunters. While police haven't found the knife itself, the sheath with Koberger's DNA is on it. It's a pretty big get for the prosecution. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, so I have a question. Now, K-Bar doesn't have any, he didn't buy it straight from K-Bar then, you're telling me that, How many of these knives do you think that they sell per year? Just curious. How many do you guys think? And then what if the wounds don't even match? Can you say that's the murder weapon? That's not, it's just the, protective. Thousands, right? Is that my part I wanted to show, or was there another piece of this? Oh, okay, right here. How many steps are these? That's what I want to see. I want to count the steps. Interesting. Okay, that's all I want to show about that. Next up is okay. Ready? Here we go. WSU Kim. WSU Kim. WSU Kim. I got a couple things I want to say about this. All right. First thing is first. WSU Kim was the first person that, first of all, I vetted her in terms of like, she didn't just come along way later and end up in some Facebook groups or whatever. Like, she gave me her phone records. I vetted those phone records. She 100% called local law enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. She did all of that. But back whenever it was, however long ago it's been, whenever I first started talking to her, she said that Kaylee was punched in the face and that her face was not recognizable. Now, who would know that? Who would know that? Well, I'm going to tell you who know that. Maybe the killer or killers, the people that found the bodies. And what? Maybe the family? Police. I guess I should put police in there too. Throw police in there as well. Right? I had never heard that till the DT interview the other night. Yeah, I told Daniel about that. So how then could Payne say that that was Kaylee in Maddie's bed? Just wonder what you guys thought. Channel. Let's do this. I'm gonna pull up now. I want to pull up an interview. Okay. It might be on this one. Oopsies. Okay, hold on. This is the one I want. Damn it.
Today we speak with Jeremy, one of the neighbors next to the home where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally slain. Jeremy is one of the only neighbors who have spoken publicly to media ever since the internet has ripped his life apart, making wild accusations.
Talk to the news, I have a mail next door, and so instantly that's suspicious. I mean, I wish I would have been able to say on there that sleuthing can ruin people's lives. Luckily, I have a thick skin, I can handle whatever internet trolls throw at me, but other people can't, and so in the future, it's just like, hey, be careful and cautious. Plus, like the thing on Twitter of, I don't even remember their name, absolutely nothing to go off of. It's like, he won't give DNA, and it's, the cops haven't asked me for DNA. Yesterday they came, they interviewed me, they asked if I would give DNA, I said absolutely. They didn't bring the kit with me with them because they don't bring the kits unless they're anticipating getting DNA. And so the officer asked if he could call me again, I said absolutely. So if I don't get a call from him in the next couple of days, I'll just go down to the station myself and give DNA. But just starting these rumors of he won't give DNA when I was never asked. Most people aren't going to willingly give up DNA for something. That's not happening on a frequent basis.
You're not the only male that lives around here. I mean, I see that this is like an apartment complex that has 3 different layers or levels, and we got houses over here. We got another like quadruplex over here. So you're not the only guy in this area either, right? I mean, and you're not the only guy that's ever hunted in this area that lives in these apartments and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just the only one that had an interview go viral. And so that's why people are coming after me specifically.
Now, you went to bed, about what time? I know they're going to probably ask. So about what time do you come in and call it a night that night?
I was in my house pretty much all day. I don't really do a whole lot unless my friends invite me out.
All right.
So I was just already in my house.
Just chilling.
Yeah, just either watching TV or playing on my phone or something, sitting on my couch.
And you were up running around town at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Nope, I was in my bed asleep.
Okay. What has the environment been like around here since everything has transpired?
People are quiet. People are really quiet. They've just sort of disappeared, and it's just different.
Right. And you have probably some friends around here that live in and around this area. Can you tell me how?
That's it. Right. So I don't know how they're feeling.
Right. Yeah. I can imagine that the morale.
At this point now, it's more for the salutes that may or may not try and come after me in person, more than the killer. But that's pretty much the only thing that's changed is I went from not carrying up here in Moscow to having a weapon on me again.
Yeah. I'm looking at you, and you seem like a really docile guy. You seem very friendly, very approachable.
Getting my DNA.
Right. And so far, like if they really thought you had something to do with it, I would imagine, has your apartment been raided? Has it been searched or anything like that?
Raided? If it was, they didn't move anything because it looked the same I got back after Thanksgiving break as when I left it.
Right. So, again, what would you like the audience to know about you in this? For example, you were just really trying to help. Like you were trying to tell your side, because I mean, this house is really close to a lot of these buildings, and for nobody to hear something, I guess it sparks a lot of people's emotions, and of course, their conspiracy theories. How could nobody hear? Mm-hmm. But this happened at 3 o'clock in the morning. A knife was used, and you were in bed.
Mm-hmm. And the roommates downstairs didn't hear it either. I don't know how they expect people from through the house, through another wall, and plus, 30, 40 feet?
Yeah.
If the roommates didn't hear it, I don't know how anyone else would hear it. So I don't know why people are saying, well, how didn't you hear anything? Because there was nothing to hear.
Right. Does this house usually have music playing at different hours of the day and night? Is there a lot of people that come in and out of that house that you're aware of or have seen?
I mean, typically, as I said, though, the music was usually pretty self-contained.
Okay.
They would open a window when it was during the warmer months, just so that it didn't get hot in there, and you could hear music as you're walking by. But if you were inside your apartment, you couldn't hear anything.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Do you think it was?
We all know that's not true. This guy has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. We have the body cams from all the noise complaints. Okay. You most certainly can hear music blasting where those cops park away, So I have no idea who's bothering this kid, but yeah, no. Okay. Next. There was another one that I wanted. There used to be a video out. I've been searching for it, and it had to do with that fucker that had the Linda Lane cameras. Okay. Where is... All I wanted was, bitch. Hold on.
Definitely a mess. You could see.
But when that place was tossed, there were things out that and turned over. That what are you looking for? Somebody's looking for something.
Mm-hmm. Have anything on that one, Kim?
Right. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you is they don't lock their doors. They don't. We've taught them to lock their doors. They don't lock their doors. They don't put batteries in their smoke detectors when they go off. They take them out and we lock the doors. We put locks on their doors. And well, actually in Pullman, in the fall, there was so many break-ins and so many robberies that they had really started to be pretty methodical about locking their doors. And my husband went up there and put locks on the door for my daughter because these landlords are, so they leave them as, you know, it is what it is. But but I don't believe the front door was ever locked. I don't believe the back that were propped on the back door, which I just forever, that'll go down in history as obvious. Like, of course they put stool. Couldn't they have put down a stick? Why would you touch the stools, lay them down, and mess up a crime scene? And this is the police officers who did it, rather than get a stick or I don't know. Now it's
a broomstick
and change the locks. I don't know. Contamination goes, it was completely contaminated anyway.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
And as far as contamination goes, it was completely contaminated anyway. They were all in. They were all in that house. So, yeah.
All right, I told you guys that they arm themselves with knives. That comes out to be true. Kaylee was punched in the face. That's true.
I just want to say real quick to add to that. I wholeheartedly at this point now truly believe that every person that was at that house that morning, every child per se or student, probably stepped in that house at some point to see what the situation was. I truly feel strongly that actually happened at this point, and that will tell you guys.
I told you guys that Snapchat was being used, and it was being used by like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. What time's Dylan and Bethany on Snapchat?
We're in that house, okay? Oh, and I'm not just saying that they're gross, disgusting kids for doing it. It's something that happens, guys. That people wonder, they want to know, they want to see: is it real? Are they telling the truth? Are they really deceased? Is that what the deal is? And I'm sure everybody that was there looked in that house at some point.
And disbelief too, right?
Yes.
And there was disbelief. I mean, I think that kids are like, we just were with them. Like, I just was here with them. I just saw her. We were just together. Like, so there's that disbelief and that factor of, and without anybody stopping you from going in and being in disbelief and in shock and hearing what you're hearing.
I'm gonna just tell you guys this. So I think I'm gonna have to fucking play some clips from a fucking channel that I do not want to fucking use, but it'll give me some humor. So there's a couple of people that literally stalked the fuck out of Kim, SU or WSU mom, all right, to the point that they went and found every single post that she made in Facebook groups, okay, and put them all in a live, and then showed the Chronicles of Olivia interview. That's the one that I wanted to show you guys, just a couple of the stuff. And oh, fuck. So I guess I can just fuck. All right. Can't even believe I'm gonna fucking do this. These hoes. Boy. Okay. I guess we can get a good laugh in. Okay, yeah, this is it.
And I think that, like, I'm glad you're pointing this out because, guys, you're seeing in one interview the lies happen. So imagine
what
the fuck's going on. You bet your bottom dollar when they figured out what was actually happening, there would be messages between other people talking about what's going on outside of that Snapchat group.
Hold on.
Evolution of Kim's stories.
Okay.
It was made to
So I've always had Kim's back. There's really nothing to say about it. Like, I've seen the phone records. I've seen Dave's Snapchats. I've seen how they were 100% sealed for the certain area during the time frame, and blah blah. So here we go.
The beginning of the school year, and you're right. Likely, they put a block. Yes, that could have been. I want to believe that Dylan did and Bethany did everything they possibly could. None of these kids did anything wrong.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that I believe that, but
it's just so weird that was it 8 a.m. that the first phone call was made to like sorority sisters at Pi Beta Phi?
So from now she's saying it's 8 a.m. I thought it was 10 a.m. I thought it was 2 hours before. Now it's 4 hours before. This is something that you guys are going to notice in the evolution of Kim's stories.
Melissa J's a complete fucking moron. Just complete fucking airhead dunce bitch.
Murders, not even fake screenshots have been circulating yet. But we also saw in the Cyber Sleuths episode with Dave, Olivia's interview with Dave, when it comes time for him to pull up the Snapchat metadata, poof, it's gone. It's deleted.
It's
and
not
then you
deleted.
have Jennifer Coffendack.
It wasn't deleted at all. You're a moron. It's not deleted. It's under fucking seal.
In that group. This is what whoever said. And now there's old cops outside King Road. Like, what the fuck's going on? You bet your bottom dollar when they figured out what was actually happening, there would be messages between other people talking about what's going on outside of that Snapchat group. Show me those. Show me those. Yet not a single one has been out so far.
Show me. She's from the Show Me State.
And sorry, I'm loud.
no, you're fine. I feel it too. And I think that, like, I'm glad you're pointing this out because, guys, you're seeing in one interview the lies happen. So imagine
they
later,
lies.
Like, if she would come up looking for answers, you could pot pages too much here.
Do you know for sure that is what the phone calls were about when the roommates called at 8 a.m. and
I think what I heard, and I'm not sure which of the girls said it, was they were getting rid of everything in the house. They were cleaning the house, which would explain the van shoe print. Because I'm almost 100% sure that TA guy doesn't wear vans. College kids, frat kids wear vans. Like, come on, right? And then just say that.
Stop van gating, okay? Anybody of any age can wear vans.
This is the day I stop an interview to talk about the vans and who should be wearing them and who should not be. Right there, she says 8 a.m. the phone call started. Bethany started calling her mom, dad at 7:30 in the morning. Okay. Yeah, Dylan she's on the internet at 8. That's all fact. It's all facts now. There's a sign of a cleanup, and Taylor is going to present that this was cleaned up. But could it be for two different reasons? Are you cleaning up like, oh my God, we have drugs in here, or we have alcohol in here? But like
Stop saying that it has to only be a college student who wears vans. That's ludicrous.
What? That's not what?
Murphy was found in the bedroom with Kaylee, but didn't have a speck of blood on him.
Ooh.
Murphy was found in the bedroom with Kaylee. Oh, that's right. Because it didn't come out yet that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed, did it? When did that come out?
Dog didn't have a speck of blood, right? In Kaylee's room. Kaylee's in Maddie's room, though.
I mean, I think so it's her downstairs together, you know?
What?
I mean, it's affects the.
I want to hear Kim.
It was, right? The school move. We first found out. I knew that some of the families waited till after the arrest to do those. I'm just curious why she's picking a bunch of twigs up along the way. Yeah, but like you could, how she's watching, you know, at 2020 or Dateline or something and seeing the Friends interview. So she's taking in this information, but I believe because there is brain. But when you're telling, wait, 10 or 8 in the morning? It's a narrative, because the narrative that was sent to my daughter at around 10 in the morning. 10 or 8 in the morning?
People started messaging earlier, the narrative being sent at 10, because now there's going to be a narrative, you fucking dumb bitch.
Okay, so this. And then she's saying her daughter. Because she's an AP. And because I remember the girls saying they were Pi Fives. And I think they had grouped Kaylee into that Pi Phi group. They didn't, because she's an AP. Because I remember the girls saying, that's weird that an AP and a Pi Phi's living together. And they said, well, schools are different. I don't know. Maybe one of them dropped or something. I don't know. And I don't know Greek. I went to Central Washington University. We didn't have Greek there. But so anyways, they said that they were stabbed to death, and they said about Bethany's injuries. And then,
wait, whose injuries? Bethany?
Not Bethany. I'm sorry, about Maddie's injuries. Yeah. And I don't know if you know their injuries or not.
Mm-hmm.
But
another thing,
they all knew that.
That's interesting because
they all knew about the injuries. Okay, they all knew about the injuries. So let's go back to this 911 call. Okay, they all knew about the injuries. Well, it just came out. Somebody put it out there that Maddie was killed first.
Specifically about the injuries.
Specifically
about the injuries. Show me the text. If you keep the girls being abused, it is mind-boggling to me. This is nuts to me.
Look at these two. This is nuts to me. It's all fucking facts. I love it. That's why I'm playing it. It's all true.
I don't know if she was paid for any of her interviews, Christina. I don't think so, but I can't say for certain.
Yeah, I paid her $1,000 to come on over here. Hey, Lana.
I can at least tell you, okay, so I don't know about these specific instances with like Olivia and stuff, but majority of Kim's appearances were just open panels, as if I dropped the link right now and she came up. So I don't think she was paid for any of that.
I paid her in sex.
I think she got her gratification elsewhere.
Gratification?
Multiple people knew about the injuries before the so-called person. So that's not true then.
So he might have been called over. See, I can't imagine that Hunter Chapin would have not immediately called 911.
Part is really confusing.
Because I know there were guys there as well.
So you know for sure there were other guys that stayed overnight?
I do know that there were other guys there. I don't told me that he was a triplet and that his brother was there.
Hunter Chapin, yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he was there, and in fact, he's the one who told his parents said on the TV. So I assume that's the fact. That's true. So the police clearly weren't there yet, and everybody was told by the kids, not the police.
She's speculating.
She's taking in little pieces that has come out and
Who are these broads? This is fucking crazy. Okay, fact. Remember how I said I'll say it as a fact because I'm gonna fucking take it to the bank here. I said, look at the way that this is coming across. Why is Bethany saying, come down, run down here? It's better than being alone. Not like that she would be alone too, right? Like, it's like the only person would be alone here would be Dylan. The way that I'm reading that in my brain is that Bethany's not alone downstairs in that bedroom where she's at. And that's like, come down, run down here. It's better than being alone. Not like better than us being alone. It's better than being alone.
Finding it into her story, but to
said this, I have, rushed and been part of Greek system, and I don't really see how two separate colleges, their Greek systems would mingle. These are separate.
What?
Maybe her daughter.
Are these girls absolutely out? Like, do they have it? Wow. That is not even fucking true. Oh God, fuck.
And I think that, I'm glad you're pointing this out, because guys, you're seeing in one interview the lies happen. So it's truth there. She just said her or push. Don't touch my butt. System, but they're allowed to go to the parties. They get invited to the parties, right? Because So, and if you're a girl and you're not Greek, you can go after 10 p.m. That's how it is at Wazoo anyway. It's very structured, and they say that's a safety structure. I feel like it might not be, but that's okay. Mm-hmm. Everybody finds their place, right? Yeah. And I don't think the girls, okay, I'm just going to say this. I really want to be clear about this. I don't think they're bullies. I think, to me, they look kind to everybody, and their kindness maybe made them more naive and put them in a precarious position they didn't even know they were going to be in. Not that I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying goodness is not a right to hurt somebody. But I do think they were sucked into it because of Sigma Chi, and I do believe it's Sigma Chi. This is bigger than them. And it's bigger than Moscow police, which is why I call the FBI on the 13th, not Moscow police or Pullman.
And that's fact.
On the what? On the 13th?
Yeah, yo. She did. I have her fucking phone records. It's fact. I just can't.
And stuff like shit. They are lying.
How do you know that?
You know what I mean? I could be wrong. I don't know. But also, the girls who were on Dateline in 2020, they are lying.
How do you know that? Did your daughter mention
I just
something
about
it?
Because I'm looking. Yeah, I didn't. The first time I thought, oh, you're just being judged with him. Just look again. I'm just wanting to see them being bad. But then I'm looking no, they're lying. They have created a narrative to protect something or somebody or themselves, and they are feeding it around. And what they're realizing is they're putting themselves in so much more danger. And there's families who could go years with never finding out what really happened.
You're describing yourself, ma'am, Miss Ma'am, as Jules says. I hope she goes, Miss Ma'am. And she's
You're
no.
describing yourself. Wow.
Shaking them up for the money.
Oh, here we go.
When the murders happened. But
at this point, Brian was the mastermind. That
was there 3 people there at 3?
Okay, that trickles away.
If I had time to cut them all out, I would have.
And this was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 in the morning or at night?
When the murders happened, but
around 4 in the morning.
Maybe Dylan thought they were just going to be shaking them up for the money.
So the 3 people standing outside was at 4 in the morning, and one was a creepy guy. I think I remember hearing that one was creepy.
Yeah, they just call him the creeper. There's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think these are questions to be asked.
I know exactly what they're talking about. I found the dude in one of the body cams that we got.
I don't know them in court, but they certainly work well to get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think these are questions to be asked. It's my sex test to be taken. I know they don't hold them up in court, but they certainly work well to get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the only one who passed one is that Brian, because he's such a sociopath.
And when Brian was arrested, the first thing Brian said was,
how do you know Brian is a sociopath? To be fair, we don't know shit. We only know what's been relations on him. But the point is
they're on here. Diligently.
Listen.
When they felt like they were being watched, stalked, they were being watched. They were being watched diligently.
Listen. Certain they were being the best.
Oh, she just said them back. That is what I don't not believe. I believe he's been in that house before. I think my understanding is he had been in the house, but it was a creeper and they kicked him to the curb and wasn't allowed to come back. That is what I think happened a few weeks prior. And I've told the police that. And that is because I've gotten that from the girls, because if they're not partying there and they're just getting this narrative from, but it's still really, the towns are pretty small together, if that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty connected. So it's like being on the same campus. It's just 5 miles apart, right?
Mm-hmm. So your daughter mentioned that a few weeks prior, someone was kicked out. That was a creeper. Like, is that just something you heard from your daughter?
That she just thinks she doesn't. She was told it was the creeper, and people would come to my there, and they were like this 30-year-old. It's like they're like 25 to 30-year-olds that don't belong in college that have record. And it took me forever to get the police. I called every day for almost a month. And I do know a mom tried every day for 15 days. She had spoken with Ethan at 2, or her son had texted Ethan at 2 in the morning. He was at Ethan's memorial service. They were good friends. Ethan had texted her at 2 in the morning. She knew.
Pause. Why?
That wasn't about
Shut up.
and things like that. But it just adds. I'm just gonna call him because I'm not her tumble. And she's just like, fuck yeah. It took like 15 days, she said, to get somebody to call them back. They were so buried. And so I just called every day. And when I called the president of UI, because I thought I'm just gonna call him because I'm not hearing back and I need to know my information. I don't need to know what's
Fuck
going
yeah,
on.
Kim, just call fucking UI.
What I know. Because I do believe it. I think it's relevant. And why would I make it up? I mean, or why would my kid make it up?
Yeah, no, and the fact that there's multiple kids who experience that, it's not just your daughter making this up. There's like multiple kids that got the phone call.
It's a rabbit hole sometimes when you're not getting
a phone call.
What?
You see how like they just.
There's phone calls, you fucking idiot.
I don't need your explanation.
How horribly did this just age horribly for you? Make fun of Kim and say all this stuff. Then all the text messages come out. Then all these deleted text messages come out. Then all this deleted Google shit comes out. And then, oh wait, all these phone calls come out. And what were they all doing? Nobody was in a frozen shock state. Nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Sending my kid home for Christmas includes 2.
Where that guy was shot. We're in his
okay.
apartment.
Now see, they're talking about the front stuff. Okay. So let me Kim's out.
There it is. The Secret Keepers. Is that on? Okay, maybe if I go that way with it.
Yeah, texts, and then
the night they were.
Somebody went through on this channel, went through all of her posts on social media.
A whole group over here in the YouTube world.
People. Okay. There. I think that's. Video is no longer that by 10 a.m.
Also, guys,
people have come.
We had like a whole group over here.
Bethany and Dylan saw someone out the window. Bethany and Dylan knew.
Didn't believe her.
Press play.
Okay.
So that's shocking info about that morning. Her daughter says by 10 a.m., she already knew the details of the incident on 1122 King Road.
She'd known since like 10. Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Dylan saw them out the window. They're lying.
According to Kim's daughter.
So they're lying. Right out the gate, they're lying.
Dylan saw them out the window. They're lying according to Kim, but they are lying.
Yeah.
Multiple people from Pi Beta Phi were called. These phone calls were made 2 to 3 hours before the first 911 call, and news spread like wildfire.
A whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there.
Locals are coming out claiming their kids or friends were at the home between 8 to 10 a.m. This user says that her nephew said a lot of people were at the home by 11. This is still 1 hour before the first 911 call.
So hours before 911 call being made, kids at the home, kids know about the murders. This blew up, okay?
Listen to this. It's true.
Even spoke with a student at U of I who also knew people got called. But when it comes to speaking with anyone who received a phone call or immediate friends of those who did, it's kind of hard to get people to talk. Why? Kim originally called into the Drunk Turkey Show, and they did a good job of vetting her.
There was certain validation that needed to be done. The person that called us in stated that she had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation.
I called the FBI on the 13th, actually.
Okay, but do you see how she said that? I just want you to notice of that, Kim. It's just whether or not her story is legit.
Because I knew my daughter received the text. That is all true. She had received the text by 10 a.m.
Kim mentioned to me that she talks very fast, so let's be nice in the comments section. You can slow down the speed of this video if you would like. Also, for privacy reasons, I bleeped out certain names we talked about.
And one of the girls who sent it to her boyfriend plays football for UI, and supposedly he had spent the night at my daughter's house, but again, we were in a hotel in Pullman. I never saw him. So, but then when I called at 5 o'clock, when we got the alert on the way home, she knew everything that had happened. Down to like the injuries and where the kids were, and that Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. They knew the guys who were there. It wasn't just one. They knew who they were. There was a lot of loud noise, and they locked themselves in their rooms and went to sleep. I said, or we're hiding, whatever. But I said, why didn't they call the police? She goes, I don't know.
Keep in mind the comments that we've seen already.
Pretty accurate, right? They heard the noise. They locked themselves in that room. And then they went to sleep.
From the post in the Facebook group, now her daughter knew details down to the injuries, the locations of the injuries. Okay? They know who the murderers were. Does that seem like the same person who was posting in the Facebook group a month?
Okay, so this is what I think. Dylan and Bethany know exactly who these people are, these 3 people that were over there earlier, and then you have to ask yourself now, on the same day that these 3 people would be over there and whatever went down, remember where really Ethan and Xana truly were, if that could possibly happen on then the same night that, they would then be brutally murdered 4 people within ninja, speed of light, and it not being the people that were just over there and notorious for, on a night that would be considered like a shakedown or a fight or whatever, that then that this would then happen too.
Before this, man,
that's some crazy odds.
I know, Eric. I know. We showed it when we started the live. Their fatal wounds are. And then she immediately, Dylan and Bethany were downstairs. They saw everything. They're lying. So how does it go from the woman who was preaching in support of these surviving roommates to now they're lying?
Maybe she was trying to get them to trust her and talk to her and open up. You ever think about that? More doors are open with what? Please than keys, Melissa.
She knew this from the beginning, back when she made those original posts. So what happened? What happened here?
Yeah, she's definitely talking a very different game.
Yeah.
It's not, I think they do know. I do think they're going to make more arrests, but I do think that Kaylee's, at least her father should know. Give him answers. He needs them. I know the condition of Kaylee's body and Maddie's. Crushes my soul for him, and I just can't even take away that pain. Like, who does that?
You guys,
who does that?
This is not Jules. Whoever saying that. This is not Jules, for fuck's sake. Why do people keep saying that? Exactly. Yes.
That all happened and the roommates were just asleep.
They weren't asleep. They were awake. They heard it all.
The room.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Right there. They weren't asleep.
Like, who does that? Yeah. Who does that?
That all happened and the roommates were just asleep.
They weren't asleep. They were awake. They heard it all.
The roommates, Bethany and Dylan, were not asleep.
Please don't talk about
awake.
that's.
They heard it all.
Let's focus on the content
Can
of
I
this.
leave you for 1 second while I run to the restroom? Check?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They weren't asleep. They were awake. They heard it all.
So, from what I've been able to boil down and get pieces together from what I know, like from, and I think Wazoo's involved too. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not just saying, both schools are involved. And not just because he was a teacher there. How did he get vetted? Who is vetting him to be a teacher in classroom 12 and my kid's sitting in classroom 13? Who's doing that? And I stand behind everything I say, and I've said everything to the FBI immediately. When I discovered a lie, I called the FBI and I told them.
Immediately? You contacted the FBI immediately because your posts do not reflect that. Now, granted, the things that she says, like my panel.
Listening to idiots make you dumber. I'm just fucking, it's just the truth. No wonder people are so confused. Ah, fuck.
Since he brought.
You were calling in on Dr. Sam Martinez. My kid loves Greek Girl. She loves it. But it is so out of control. Well, 10 kids have died since last, February?
10 kids have died.
That I know. At U of I. After Sam Martinez died, they made sure the kids were very, very aware of the Good Samaritan rule, which means we don't care what state you're in of inebriation or whatever you're doing. You are calling in on somebody who's in real peril. We're not even going to look at you. We're going to say thank you and not even take your name, right? That's what
Jules has a brain. I agree.
I thought Moscow had it too, but I don't know about that. Mm-hmm. So I don't know why the kids aren't. I mean, I feel like they were just trying to exercise their power at the beginning of the school year. And you're right. Likely, they put a black. Yes. Mm-hmm. That could have been. I want to believe that Dylan did and Bethany did everything they possibly could. And none of these kids did anything wrong. Yeah. Now, I don't know that I believe that, but
it's just so weird that was it 8 a.m. that the first phone call was made to like sorority sisters at Pi Beta Phi? So
from now she's saying it's 8 a.m. I thought it was 10 a.m.
Okay, I'm done. I'm fucking I just wanted to hear what fucking Kim, some of that stuff that just to jog our memories. Now, tell me what was not true.
Do you regret calling the police or the FBI? No, absolutely no, I do not. Not even a little bit. I regret them.
Third party culprit, right? Just getting you guys ready for the third party culprit. Steve Gonsalves said that it's because of us that Ann Taylor's going through all these tips to find this third party culprit, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that that's the truth. I think that I think you could sniff out a shitty tip versus a quality one. At least I could. I would be able to tell. Where's that at?
Do you regret
I asked Kim if she regretted calling 911 or 911 or fucking A, the feds.
Police or the FBI? No, absolutely no, I do not. Not even a little bit. I regret them. It's the right thing to do. If you see something, say something. Mm-hmm. If you know something, do something. We don't get to take down from the planet. We all live here together. And if it's uncomfortable, well, then you're doing the right thing.
Okay, so the question is basically there's people out there that know that the 911 call / this excited utterance and present sense impression, like none of this is true. Okay, there's people out there that know this, right? Because those Snapchats are real. They're there. You're not nailing stuff like this for nothing. You're not getting phone calls earlier. You're not knowing about any of this earlier. I always said, I was like, this is, when I was putting together Gonsalves's timeline of when they were talking about things, I could tell that that something's amiss. And what was amiss was the timeline of when people really knew about stuff. Then I talked to Dave, and then I got the truth. And the truth is, just when the text messages came out, it's like, boom, there it is. And so taking a look at the text messages one more time, it's right there. It says that text messages, the Facebook stuff, the Snapchats, what else were they using? Instagram, there was a cleanup. What are you cleaning up? They cleaned up blood in some capacity. Dave aged well, yes. What would the roommates need to clean up? If Hunter Johnson and them just came over and everybody just waltzed upstairs for the first time at 11:50 in the morning, what is there to clean up? And you call the police, right? There is no time to clean up. There was no time to clean up between 11 a.m. or 11:50 and 11:58. There's no time to clean up, right? So who was doing the cleaning up? Who was cleaning up? I think they're gonna say that we were getting stuff out of the house. You want to know what we heard in the first 2 weeks? Not even, probably the first, I want to say 4 or 5 days. We heard there was a bunch of Narcan in there. I want to know if that's true. I heard this right off the rip that there was a bunch of Narcan in there. And I just want to know if that's true. I'm talking about early on. I'm talking like day within like before the 16th. And I think that that's why Ethan's family came out and talked about that this was not some love triangle and drugs. But I heard that there was like a bunch of stuff there for like if you were to OD. I don't know if it was used stuff. I don't know if it was like, And I don't think there's actually anything wrong with that. If you're going to party, like be smart about it. Right? I don't know. So let's see. When Steve said that they knew that there was a white car involved from the rip, okay, think about it. That would tell me that you're giving me people's names, like, okay, hey, who was here? Or, who was over here earlier, and then you ask them, okay, what kind of car do they have? Right? And so they tell you what kind of car they have. So somebody that was there, okay, and somebody's name that was said, in my opinion, all right, as a white car. How did Ethan and Xana get home that night? Why was Ethan's sister's car there that his sister and brother like shared? Remember that had to stay in the tape. Ready? This was December 16th.
Seemed to get progressively worse over time. It took, unfortunately, the worst thing imaginable to finally get him caught. The crime issue in this country is so much bigger than Buckhead. It's so much bigger than Atlanta. This is happening everywhere. I think most of us feel safe in our homes. And what we want to explain to people, or hope people understand, is that none of us right now are as safe as we think we are.
He's right. We're not as safe as we think we are. This killer, a career criminal.
Inviting me, I have investigated and prosecuted many carjacking murders. And I'm left right now the way I was when I prosecuted and investigated them. In shock and reeling that you would actually stab a grandmother dead in her own garage to take her SUV. Really? I mean, this lady, to call her grandma is really not fair to Ellen Voles or her family. She was a very articulate, educated, elegant lady who literally spent her life doing good works, helping raise her grandchildren. And I think about her coming out and finding him stealing her car. And instead of running or just taking the car and leaving, he stabs the grandma dead and leaves her to bleed out. And the mayor, God bless him, is congratulating, patting everybody on the back that they caught the perp. That's not the problem. The problem is the crime, the murder. That's the problem. Well,
In the community, what are they saying?
Okay.
yes, I have. Listen, this is 3 inches of the governor's tailpipe, right down the street from the governor's mansion.
Governor.
Idaho too, because
Idaho.
we're fascinated
Okay, here
with
we
this
go.
case, and we want to find out who did this to those 4 college students. That we have video now of a car that was driving by the gas station. The person who worked in the gas station was going through all of the camera video for hours and hours, and that's what they came up with. The picture that you see there on the screen. Here's what the police are saying: that the case is not going cold. Listen to this.
Investigation is not cold. We get tips every day that are viable. Those tips help us do everything from clear people who maybe there was some speculation about, to further some of the theories that we're working on. Eventually, we're going to narrow in on exactly what happened and who did it.
See, how helpful is it to have that picture of the car?
It is extremely helpful. And here are some examples. For instance, Timothy McVeigh was caught because he didn't have his tag on the back of his car. Scott Peterson was caught at the marina in the 4x4 he used to haul Lacey's body. It goes on and on.
There is no physical evidence in that fucking car. Okay, Nancy, and I think you're wrong. I think it's going to come out here soon about Scott Peterson's case.
Riverside, California, because a neighbor happened to spot a red Kia Soul. The key to this case, I believe, at this juncture is that white Elantra. And it's amazing to me that it took a gas attendant to find the video. One last thing, we have spotted a cinder block up under one of the windows at the murder scene, and we're wondering if that had been used to look in the window or even get in.
Yeah, if you look at the map, this gas station is fairly close to where the college students live. You're right. Should police be going to every business? Why haven't they done that already? Go to every business.
They have.
And check to see if they have any
Why
video,
do you think they have
especially
that?
gas station.
What a dumbass.
Absolutely. It's 1.2 miles from the murder house, and it gives me the trajectory path of the car. And I believe they need to be looking along that path, because very often a perp will throw the weapon unwittingly out the window of the car to get it out of the car. That's very critical in this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. They can trace that whole route back to the gas station and see if they can find a weapon. I wonder if that video was taken before or after the murder. I think it was at 3:45, but they said that they were murdered between 3 and 4. So we don't know that answer yet.
We're thinking right after, and it was speeding.
Oh, really? Okay.
All right, now check this out. My theory right now is that car right there has created so many problems in the world here. I think investigators were so pissed when that fucking gas station attendant found that and coughed that over. Just saying. Xana on TikTok, think about it, at 3:16, and it wasn't 4:12 now, so 3:16. 3:16 to 3:45. The owner of a property near the home where 4 University of Idaho students were, I'm not saying that word. Why do they say that slaughtered? Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. Why the fuck would you have to say that? He turned over surveillance video showing a white car drive by around the time of the murders. Again, ready? This is Linda Lane. Moscow, Idaho detectives reached out to landlord Kane, whatever, however says his name. They're saying that they reached out to him on November 14th asked for surveillance footage recorded from a camera perched on top of his 6-unit rental building on Linda Lane, which is 0.3 miles from the murder scene. In quotes, I downloaded it and gave them access to everything from 2 a.m. through noon on the Sunday the 13th. 2 a.m. to noon. Now, we've seen actually midnight to, 6? But there is a spot that's missing. But he claims that he just downloaded it and gave them access to everything. Did they get the hard drive? Again. So think about this. Ready? Detectives reached out to landlord Kane, whatever, on November 14th and asked for surveillance footage recorded from a camera perched on top of his 6-unit rental building on Linda Lane. I downloaded it and I gave them access to everything. But we have to back up some more. Ready? The owner of that property where the students were murdered last month told Fox News Digital he turned over surveillance video showing a white car drive by around the time of the murders. How the fuck would he know what he turned over? Okay. If investigators just come over to him at November 14th and they just say, hey, we need your footage. You wouldn't know what. November 13th, you're going with the timeline that the roommates gave. And so they're all of a sudden they're going to be saying 4 a.m. I could see you saying and following what the roommates said, not until when they call it at noon, then you have to question all of that. Okay, this is going to get really interesting. I just don't know how that guy would know what was on there. You would just. Now, in the certificate of authentication, they said that they have, and they're just using a 329 clip from the one camera, 329, and that's from the dumpster camera. I want to see the stuff that he says he has from, I want to see right at noon. Wouldn't you want to go a little bit past that? And he's going to use 329 to 406. That's what they say. Interesting. Okay. Okay, this is Fox Digital. Idaho murders. White car spotted in footage obtained by police 1 day after killings. It was published, and then they changed some stuff. So the car, which Kane described as both white and light colored, white in quotes and light colored in quotes, traveled west on Taylor. Oh, fuck, hell no. Traveled west on Taylor Road sometime between 2:45 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., he said. Only a side view of the car is visible in the footage. That means it's the dumpster footage. Well, let's go see something. He says between 2:45 and 3:15. Only a side view of the car is visible in the footage. Investigators told Kane they plan to run the video through their special analysis tools to enhance the image. Remember, Ann Taylor has a guy that's going to be testifying that the car is nothing of the sort, basically. Investigators are looking at it along with other things we've received from the public. Moscow police spokeswoman Robbie Johnson said of who the fuck is Robbie Johnson? I remember that name. Robbie Johnson. Gotta go back to the okay. Investigators are looking at it along with other things we've received from the public, end quote. Moscow police spokeswoman Robbie Johnson said, is that broad? Is that her name? The landlord added that he also noticed what looked like a sedan travel west toward 1122 King Road around 1:45 a.m., then head back toward the highway a few minutes later. Oh, shit. You guys know who that is, right? This trial is going to be televised. The landlord added that he also noticed what looked like a sedan. Oh my God, it's coming out. That 145, who do you think that is, guys? Come on now. 145 sedan. Well, that is going to be one of the roommates. Boy, that's what time Kaylee and them are coming home. Oh my God, he says it next. He says he suspects this may have been the quote-unquote third-party driver who dropped Kaylee and Maddie off before the slayings. When the fuck was this written? This was written December 15th, 2022 at 6 p.m., allegedly. December 15th? Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Ready? He suspects this may have been the third-party driver who dropped. So he had a sedan. Remember, I've always said, what fucking kind of car did Eric have? Is that part clipped out on the at 145 from the dumpster view? Can you see? Next, police said they have identified 22,000 registered 2011, 2013 white Honda Elantras that match their search criteria. Oh my God, you're not even going to believe this. Shut the fuck up. Oh God, here you go. Incoming. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can share this. I need his stupid thing. Fuck. Oh, this. Oopsies. That's not what I wanted to do. This is how it's fucking. Is this how it is in the damn article? Okay. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Okay, in the article. All right, so you guys have seen, I keep showing you these. It's right here. These reports or these filings. Fuck. Okay, right here. Oh my God. Here you go. See this? This is in the motion. This is the shit that they used. I'll show you another one. Hold on. Wow. Wow. This is the same thing that ends up getting put in. Remember I was telling you that they're using these maps. It doesn't show, it's not to show how, like, the path of travel. It's to just show how far a camera is away from, like, the murder scene. A map showing the route from 1122 King Road along Taylor Road to Linda Lane, where a security camera captured vehicles on Taylor Road November 13th around the time of the murders. But guess what? This is the dumpster view, you know? It's missing. It's missing all the times. The car, which Kane described as both white and light colored, traveled west on Taylor. West on Taylor is towards the house. West on Taylor, sometime between 2:45 a.m. and 3:15. Do you want to know what this says? I mean, did he really fuck it up that bad? I mean, the first one that they have from his camera would be at 3:30. 2:45 a.m. and 3:15. Damn. How would he know any of this shit if he just turns it over? God. White car spotted in footage obtained by police one day after killing. So they got the one. See, that doesn't make sense either. This blows my mind right here. Kane declined to share footage. Declined to share the footage or screenshots of the vehicles. On Tuesday, police retrieved surveillance footage from a gas station 1 mile from the crime scene that shows a white 4-door sedan drive by at 3:45 a.m. And it technically drives by like 3:46 and some change. 3:46 or 3:43 and 46 seconds. Maybe. No, that's not it. Oh, when it says it makes the U-turn, it's not the U-turn. Oh, hot damn. Yeah, see right here? You got a problem. This would be what's being seen at Mobile at 3:45. That's the car from 451 Paradise Drive. Vehicle headlight, and it's saying that, oh, it looks like it made a UE. No, bitch, it made no UE. It's the Mobile gas station car at 3:45. This case is going to be off the hook. Off the hook. Off the fucking hook. See, this is the type of stuff that's the same with the Karen Reed case right now, breaking down this data because oh my God. Yeah. Dr. Latina, you know what upset me is that in one breath, how can you say like that Cyray's accusations could be like destroying, careers and stuff like that, when literally then you in the next breath in the sentence after that, your then sentence could have just done the same thing. And so the hypocrisy is just off the fucking charts over in Idaho. Listen, Idaho has some serious problems on their hands. They need to do a complete overhaul of law enforcement. I just think that if you can get on board with that, Karen Reed was framed, okay, as she was. And there was like, I personally think there's way more evidence against Karen Reed than there is against Brian Koberger. For the simple fact that the taillight, okay, you want to talk about the sheath, right? The taillight not only was cracked, so it's making the car supposedly this murder weapon, right? And then all the cracked pieces were laid all over that lawn part, right? And so if people can do that to Karen Reed, and you can get down with that, clearly, how did those pieces get there? Somebody had to put them there, right? Yeah. How you can get down with one and not the other, that doesn't make any sense with me. Let's all let it all come out. Is Shannon Gray, I've wondered this, and I'm just going to say it. Is Shannon Gray a civil attorney, or is he a criminal defense attorney? I have him as being a criminal attorney. Lana went on Google Earth and checked out Oakdale. What do you think? I should bring up Google Earth right now. I want to show you guys Google Earth. I want to show you how the jury is going to need to go to the scene, the area, because they need to see this for themselves. Google Earth. So this doesn't freeze like last time. It's horrible. God, if Growler was if he was driving a sedan that night, woo, ouch. Oh, let me share this with you guys. Yeah, he's a criminal defense attorney. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So when that mobile gas station found that white car, that really kind of blew up and affected, God, I think, oh yeah, there we go. I'm not going to do this if this is going to fuck around. I'm not dealing with this today. Okay. This little lane right here, that's Ridge. Just right there. It's like right in front of like the apartment complex that it is. I don't know why this is doing this. Here we go. Let's see if this will work. If I can just do a slide, then I'm fine with it. Slideshow. Thank you. Okay. Headlights of vehicle are seen traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive. So that's right here, these three dots. A vehicle matching vehicle 1 seen traveling westbound on Indian Hill Drive. Again, these are the 3 sightings of it from these ring cameras, basically. So poof, out of the air. Ooh. Then right here in the middle of the intersection, the camera that's right where the blue is, a vehicle matching vehicle 1 travels westbound, so this way towards the left, like going left. Westbound on Snyder Avenue, crossing Main Street, which is going perpendicular up and down. Crossing Main Street, which is 95 as well. And continuing on Lauder. Steiner turns into Lauder. So right here. And then this is then where a vehicle matching vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Lauder Ave through the intersection at Lauder and Ridge. Through the intersection. And then it's going to come like up this way. The same vehicle, this is the first time you see this, the same vehicle continues on Lauder Avenue and the road curves north. So you're coming up north. This is Taylor. And it's then going to go left on Taylor. And this is your 320, about to be 329 sighting. Linda Lane captured suspect vehicle at 329 from the dumpsters. And then boof, Linda Lane's gone. Curtains. Then you're coming over here in the King Road area. A vehicle matching vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Taylor, so heading left. And that's where it passes Linda Lane. And then it's going to turn left into Is this helping to see it like this? Okay. So vehicle matching vehicle 1 travels south on King Road to turn onto Queen Lake up. So you're coming, where are we? Yeah, right here. Right to here. Then you're going to come past around it. There's the house. You'll loop around like that. So this is one of the times the suspect vehicle passes by the crime scene, according to the FBI little typed up sheet. Then it'll loop around, come down, come out to, this is Taylor. It'll come out to Taylor, and it says the vehicle travels east along the north side of 500 Queen Road, so it goes around the building, and then south along the east side of the 500 Queen, turns west along the south side, and exits traveling west towards 1122 King Road. So it's coming right in front of the house, and then it will make a right to get down here to where Taylor is. And so that's also listed as the 3:30 a.m. in the court filing for the suspect vehicle. Now, when we're right here at Taylor, remember the 700 block? So I'm right here at Taylor. We're going to go left. But what it's doing to be able to say this is the same vehicle is when it's coming down King and like wrapping around the, these apartments to get back over by the house. It's using its headlights that are hitting that on 1119. So, and then when it gets here to the Taylor, it then turns west, and that's how it wraps around, and it's going to then come behind. This is Walenta. And so it's coming back around, wrapping around, and it's going to come this way. Oops. Headlights are seen moving behind 1119. Now, so right here, this wiggly little road you're going to get where it says Paradise Drive here right in the middle of the screen. Paradise Drive, where the blue little dot is, there's a street that's running parallel to the top portion here of like Walenta before it gets the double lanes, like the double lines. Right there at this sharp little bend, that's Paradise and Walenta. And when it goes and wraps around that sharp turn to go, I guess, back, it comes like south and that goes back north. It's really windy. It's blind spots. But this is where it says suspect vehicle 1 travels south on Ridge Road, turning westbound onto Paradise. So if it's turning westbound onto Paradise, it west, go back this way because it's going to make like a loop. And 451 Paradise has 2 cameras. One's a shop camera. One's a front door camera. They're both like ringish like style. And so both cameras get it that time. In the filing notes, it says suspect vehicle at 3:35 a.m. in the paperwork. But like the report that is a typed up federal shit. So then when it made that loop, now it's going to come back. And now the headlights are going to be seen. And they're just saying like, this is the same car. Okay. And it's the same car. And poof, it's going to come back through and do this other, loop. Let's see. Is this the one where U-turns? Yeah, it was going to come back in the neighborhood and do that same loop around up and in around the crime scene. It's listed as suspect vehicle. And now this is when you have to start paying attention to the time. So it goes around. Let's get to where it's on Taylor again. I want to show you where it says it just does this like U-turn. It just says it had to be just a U-turn because we have like headlights and we have to assign them to somebody. So headlights are traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. So it's coming back behind here again. And this is going to be like 329, 339. Now it gets all the way, the same thing over here by Paradise. And this time it says vehicle headlights turn east. So before it went west, now here it goes east from Ridge Road reflection, suggests an immediate U-turn back onto Ridge Road. So that would mean like it goes like this, and then right here it's turning a U-turn like that. And it says, they use the word, it doesn't say for sure, it says that that's what they think the car does. Very interesting language. They said that headlights indicate that the vehicle may have made an immediate U-turn. May have made. And so then it goes back down like the Walenta way to come back north, to come back over behind the house, behind the houses of 11119. And now this is where, okay, so headlights traveling. Oh, I got to back us up. Now this is where it says it makes another U-turn. So it goes behind 1119 traveling. It has it going, I can get one more. It goes north right here. Okay, yeah. So here the car is saying that it's going north, and you could see it at 3:50 and 27 seconds. And then somehow back behind here, it just, again, turns around because at 3:51 and 26 seconds, we have headlights that are going south now again. All right. And they're just assigning this that it's the same car. Okay. And then the next one is at 3:52 and 42 seconds. This is what I just don't buy, is that headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. It's going south twice. So in order for it to go like south again and not be seen anywhere over here, is that somewhere it has to do a U-turn, okay, then turn off its lights. So when it's trickling down behind Walenta, or like, and you could be caught on the house of 1119, when it's heading north, it doesn't have headlights on, okay? So you can't see it. So then when it then turns around by, I don't know, down by like Taylor to then like a little U-turn there, then it flips its lights back on because now it's heading south again on Walenta over there, 1119. Okay, this is what they're saying this vehicle's doing. And I'm like, this sounds like it's a fucking cop car. This is what cops do. You know, it's wild. Like, this is driving just like a cop would. Beat it like a cop. Vehicle matching vehicle one. Yeah, see, then it comes all the way to, again, we have to have another, we're going to get another U-turn coming in here. So between 3:52 and 42 seconds and 3:53 and 36 seconds, we don't see anything on Paradise, so it can't come anywhere near around here. It has to stay up over here, and it can't be seen on anybody's camera. So it turns around so that it can be seen once again back behind, traveling north on Walenta. Then a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels south on King Road and turns east onto Queen Road. And this is that time that it comes then back into the King Road area by the crime scene. And this is where they take the picture at 3:56 a.m. I don't know what this thing's doing. I don't know, it's acting up now. Now I'm going to have to just throw my computer. Oh boy. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah. When have you ever heard that Karen has ever said that she's been at 34 Fairview? When did she ever use the language 34 Fairview? I don't think she was ever at 34 Fairview. You guys just like how I let everybody just type in today? I'm just typing away in here. I'm exhausted. My brain needs to rest. I'm going to shoot WSU mom, Kama, a text and say, what's up, girl? I played you some old school Melissa Jade and whoever the fuck else she had on panel. Bunch of idiots. Straight fucking idiots. Oh, yeah, there you go. See, I let everybody type in today. I didn't even put on subs. Well, any quick questions, though? Anybody in chat have any questions? Like, what do you see that's like problematic for this little demonstration? I mean, a car going north. Like, how does that happen? Finding out that Eric Grower was driving a sedan for sure. You know, that white truck then? I'm interested in that white truck. Eric. I think he had one back in the day. According to True TV, the kids claim they grabbed knives inside the house. They did, at least one of them. I think more than one, though. How many cars are suspect vehicle 1? Yeah, that's what's going to come into play here. Repeat that, a white sedan? Yes. The party driver is alleged to have and been driving a light sedan. And I'm leaning towards like a light gray sedan. Possibly consistent with a suspect vehicle 1. Noel, hi, love. Problem I see is that a vehicle matching the description of a suspect vehicle 1 is not the same as a suspect vehicle. Right? Is that right? You know what I have a problem with? I have a problem with you identifying the Ridge Road camera as suspect vehicle 1 at 4:01 when you know damn well it's not the one that came from Taylor to then be this car it's not the 356 car. Whatever car you think is going through there at 356, it is not then the 401. That's going to get proven. It's not. It's. How do I want to say this? They had the Taylor footage. They deleted. They had the Linda Lane, the whole footage. I showed you guys how when they wanted to self-authenticate, they try to self-authenticate the same Linda Lane video. They're just nasty. Ooh, Adam. Won't the jury be confused by all the footage and all the cars? I think the jury is going to be confused about how Brian Kohberger became a suspect. Like that's what I think. They're going to be confused at this investigation. But as far as like I think that the defense is going to have to do the really good job of showing, because the state's going to cut corners and cookie cut it and make it just seem like all of this is totally possible and that this is, yep, this looks great. And I just don't think that the Ashley Jennings lines of just the infamous that cars are just turning. You just can't, you just don't think that cars can just turn around? What? You have this car making 6 U-turns, okay, in an area that's being heavily fucking trafficked with humans and cops. No, it's being heavily patrolled, okay? And then if you think that you have a car coming out of that area, then why aren't you scouring all of the cameras that are run by the businesses to leave up out of town that way? It's... The timeline is resting on 2 surviving roommates who heard everything and didn't do anything. And then cleaned up. I don't know how that's going to go over with, I mean, they're just going to have to say we're fucking idiots and we were too scared about our drugs and our fucking beer. You know, Josh Harwitt, or whatever his name is, supposed to be a good trial lawyer. Yeah, he's really good. How is he going to handle this goat fug that backseat Bill has birthed? Yeah. Yeah. I was waiting for the stipulation on how they're gonna hey, we've stipulated they can go ahead and use their probable cause even though it's shit. Even though it's all lies. They know they can't use that. They're gonna be lying and they're gonna be getting caught. Deb, they need to get them all. They were involved. Hell yeah. 1 month member. Dr. Latina, I didn't see this earlier. Sorry, $50 super sticker. Thank you so much. Are you I think the dates that I've decided to go to Boston are for the verdict watch because I'm feeling not guilty. Julie Young, new member, or I'm sorry, member for 8 months. Jesus. Julie, almost baby time, girl. Excited Utterance, YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you. Deb, she says, I am curious if the O'Keefes will be in court on Monday. Oh, you know how many people are going down in this federally? I think they're going to ring up like a handful of people on conspiracy. So they all conspired to frame Karen Reed. Period. End of story. Yeah. So if I was the O'Keefes, I would just say I cannot believe that I was duped. And yeah, I'd be pulling my civil suit real quick. TJ member for 1 month. Hi, Lana babe. Thanks. Whiskey Jack, $5 super sticker. Woo woo. Dr. Latina, Fairview and Oakdale homes are of a type. Cookie cutter houses that look very similar. They do. They do. I love that they have Bob Alessi on the ticket for the defense. He is he's a timeline dude. He's like me. He's a timeline dude, and if they ever call Jennifer McCabe or Carrie Roberts to the stand, I want Bob to do the direct examination of that, because remember, there'll be like their witnesses when they're putting on their part of the case, and you're going to need somebody that's used to pinning them down on this timeline and going slower and methodical for the jury to follow, but just hit on some main points. Deb, thank you. Lana, your timeline expertise is fucking amazing. It proves cases, period. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I was saying it for a long time with the Karen Reed case. I really said, I was like, something just doesn't sit right with her going to 34 Fairview. It just, I was like, they went somewhere else. They were going somewhere else. And I was like, and this bitch, fucking Jen McCabe, isn't even moving. She said she's dancing around doing all of this shit. This girl isn't moving. She's like literally not moving from 12:25 to 12:35. Very important time frame. And I was like, why? What would you be doing if you weren't moving? Well, you could be fucking. You could be taking a pee. Going to the bathroom. You could be. I was like, but they really want to put Karen's car there. They really want to act like they're looking outside. And then she's saying that she's walking back and forth. I'm like, she's not doing that. I was like, fuck, she's in a car. She's in a car. Yeah. Those people are sick. They've do you know how hard it is to prove, like, when people are doing all these crazy things and you're trying to say, like, hey, no, you got to look at this. This is really what's going on here. Hello. Like, Karen Reed didn't have access to any of her data for, like, they all had it for like a year. And so they were able to use all the data from all the devices to concoct their bullshit. And they had a story for everything. Crazy. I wonder if you have, Kate, thank you so much. $9.99. I wonder if you have to actually have directions running and ways for it to track you this closely. Yeah, they said that you typed in 34 Fairview. Or if it's just an app that the doors, it's like Google Maps. Mary. Hey, Lana, thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you. For somebody that was able to get on every camera around the crime scene with Brian Kober, how come he couldn't get on one camera leaving? Like getting out of, like, leaving the area. What's up, girl? Thank you, Lana. I knew this would be the answer. We just have to get it to Ann Taylor. I would take a stab at it. I would try to remove Hippler in a second. He's just not being fair. It's obvious. Thank you, clusters. You like those clusters? They're $999.99. No, you're a sweetheart. Keyboard Crime Fighters 100. Member for 90 months, 20 months. Was the white sedan Karen Reed in Idaho, right? We don't even know that answer. Disqualifying Hippler. That's how you would do it. You do it B. I'd go D. I'd go D, and I would show the courts his rulings, and then show the courts the Commonwealth, the states, like motions. After they win a motion, then they come clean on the motion that they just won. Then they come clean about how they lied in the motion. And I'm just like, this can't be, there has to be, this is unbelievable. There was no probable cause. I mean, they got their probable cause, but it's not how they truly got to Brian Kober, and it's now showing. And that's why the answer for Ann Taylor should be like, listen, you guys are going to use the probable cause affidavit. That's how you're going to say you got to Brian Kober. That's it. And that's where I'm trying to tell people that puts the sheath out of play. Oh, what's up, Detective Mowry? How have you been? Lana, have you read any of the other orders or motions that Hippomonus have made in other cases he has presided over? No. Not like, What happened to the McAlbert's phone? They got rid of them all. Military bases. You guys think about why you need to get rid of it. Ready? Location, 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 location. You wouldn't have needed to get rid of your phone if it would have shown that you were at 34 Fairview. Because you can, but the locations and you're over there at Oakdale, that's problematic. That's a problem. You know, they say blood and DNA, like was it 2022? It's 2025. God, I would love to see. Oh, if the feds are watching my channel, can you just bust down over there at Lanks and that other guys and go in there and, I don't know. I think there could be blood in there still. I think they were all over there. I can't see white sedan anymore without saying, look, it's Brian. I know every time I see a white Honda Elantra, I'm like, remember when I told you guys in the beginning, I said, all it takes is one domino to be not there, and like all of this stuff, it doesn't get pushed over. So I said, if you take the second domino away, which would be, they're saying the car on King or in Indian Hills Trails is the car. Well, there's no way that if Brian could be that car based on, that's why the 7 minutes matters. Like, and I don't know why they're not oral arguing this better. Like, Your Honor, 7 minutes. Let me explain what 7 minutes is. We're not talking about an hour and 15 minutes before your time of the murder. This is about the car that you're saying that my client is in. And in order for him to be in it, he has to be in it in Indian Trails over there by campus at 326. So you have to work your way back from 326. And how is it possible if my client is too far enough away to be able to be that car? And also that wouldn't make him the 302 sighting on the Floyd cannabis shop, whatever, Lloyd's or Floyd's or whatever the fuck it's called. That's how you would oral argue that. I just don't. I don't know. I would stand up to Hippler and I would tell him I would ask him to stop making arguments for them. Like, you're the referee. I'm arguing with them, right? I'm arguing with them as why something should be admissible, or inadmissible. You're ruling on it. You're the referee. That's not what I see. Do you guys remember the Enon harsh body cams that we got? Do you guys know where he got pulled over? If I'm not mistaken, Floyd's was pretty close by. Those flowing locks. You want to pet my cat? You want to pet my cat? You want to pet my cat? How about that shit? Dude, they knew they needed to get Ann Taylor off this case lickety split fast, boom. That they just said, fuck it. We're going to try to get her off of it for conflict of interest and that she's, Kara's fucking power of attorney. I mean, all the stuff that they've done in this case. Idaho is the most, I'm telling you, Pennsylvania and Idaho. Fuck. It's a toss up for who's, shittier. It's that bad. You got people reporting rapes in Idaho. Okay, rapes. Multiple people are reporting rapes and saying that they want to have a rape kit done. Okay. Multiple people are saying they want their statements taken and they want to press charges. Okay. Who the fuck doesn't press charges? Well, Idaho doesn't. Idaho says, wait, rape? What's that? Yeah. A female, little skinny white bitch. Okay. Like, we're talking like high school kids coming to somebody and wanting to report it. Disgusting. All right. I've taken up enough for your guys' times. Enough of your guys' times. Hip hip anonymous. Hip hip anonymous. I like that. Whoever wrote that. I mean, what are they going to do when it comes out that they have the timing advance and that all of this stuff is bullshit, because it is. But what are they going to do? What happens? What's the remedy? What's the remedy here? How does this get remedied? Brian Kohlberger should have had a Franks hearing, right? He should have had stuff suppressed, right? So what's the remedy here? Anybody? I'm still trying to figure out what's the remedy here. Lana, I was talking with a well-known high-profile defense attorney in Georgia, and I brought you up in your work. While it's awesome, his belief is that you are making the defense's job harder. Why? Because I'm helping them to figure out how to fucking do it? Why would I be making their job harder? Well, they can always pay me to shut the fuck up. And I'll just go talk about another case. You can buy my silence. Thank you, Michael. $5 super sticker. Let's see something. Okay, I need one little laugh before I go to bed. You guys ever get like slap happy and you're like, oh God. Detective Mowry has changed. Why does the Georgia defense attorney think that? Hannah stands silent with Brian Beth. Oh my god, I love it. Okay. Detective Mowry, don't run away now. Bring your beard and just lay on your back. Lan, if I could pay for your silence, I wouldn't work. No, LOL. No, LOL. You are bringing the inconsistencies out that the defense team already knows and want to wait for trial to bring the booms. Oh, there's tons more. I told them I want that fucking footage. I want the footage. Because I want to know how Brian possibly did surveillance on this house to know that these people all play pranks on each other by acting like they're being killed. And like that's just, you know, your parents teach you, like there's just some things that you just don't joke about. That was one of the things. You don't scream and cry for help, and when you don't need it, like there's just like you're just taught no-nos, you know what I mean? So okay. Let's see. Lana's making a huge difference in a court of public opinion. I just know that if Boyd Jackson has the nuts, Cyree has the nuts, Brian Culver's phone is where it is and not where they say it is, right? And so they like made all that shit up, right? And lied about it, right? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Well, at the very least, these people aren't testifying, right? So, and you can't like replace the expert now. So that would mean balance is out. His expert opinion is out. They don't have that. Like, and then here's Steve being told, we are not, you think that we're going to lose a quadruple homicide fucking shitbag piece of shit loser, lives with his parents on a technicality? And I'm thinking, dude, there are eyes all over this case. Yeah, you're not gonna. This ain't Delphi. Sorry. There were some cameras. There's cameras. This case didn't have cameras, maybe, but and I still think that the sheath is out because I don't think that you're going to be able to say that. You're not going to be able to say how you matched him. Like that's going to be a huge point of contention here coming up. Once they think that they're going to do this, you know, sanitized way of telling the jury that you began to investigate Brian Kober. Like if I was Brian Kober, I would say, no, we're not making any deal like that, because that's the whole point, is that go ahead and use what you arrested me on. Go use your lies. And if they have to use how can Hippler even argue that? How does Hippler say, no, they don't have to do that? And it's like, dude, it's in your order. You in your order said that, no, they most certainly got to Brian Kober in part by WSU and his front license plate. Okay, buddy, go take that. Yeah. Sounds good. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, Hippler made an order. He ruled that way. That's what you believed. So boom. Now you can't come back and say that I have to give them away because they don't have a good enough way. Like, wait, what? Like, what? The idea that this God, they should have just On the other hand, if you don't do it, then someone else will, just trying to start up an argument so that we can make up. Me and Detective Mowry go round and round every night. Well, so what's the latest? What's the latest in the gossip world? I know they're going to argue to say that nobody could fight back. Everybody was so intoxicated. Okay. You think Brian Colbert should testify? I think Brian Colbert wants to testify, but I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, that was what. I'm glad that someone just said Steve G. I would love to know what the FBI's profile of this was. Because then they were making a big deal about the fact that he didn't have a hunting or a fishing license, but he has a K-bar. And I'm like over here like, oh my God, my family doesn't have hunting and fishing license. And we have all sorts of weapons. Like, serial killers are cowards who prey on the vulnerable. It just, I'm trying to think of other good arguments, though. Well, like, again, Brian's DNA is on the sheath. I just think the way that the world works right now, you can almost make a circumstantial case for a lot of people. Oh, Steve was saying that they were looking for somebody that would have shut their phone off. That was it. And it's like, well, then why'd they do a tower dump? So we could just eliminate all those people that were on the towers. We did a tower dump to eliminate these motherfuckers because this person, they would have never came here with their phone on. They would never came here with a phone. I'm curious to know how many days they went back, like before the murders, to these supposed tower dumps and all these days. I'm always interested to see how they investigate cases because, like in the Bonners Ferry Dr. Moore case, they didn't do a motherfucking thing. Like, not a thing. Also, in that case, the cast report is off by 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes. The same thing in this case. Not wild. They have camera surveillance that they say that's accurate timestamp, but the cast report does not line up with the cameras. They're off 7 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes or something like that. And I was like, could you imagine that? Chain of custody. What's okay? Back over here. So,
I thought it was 2 hours before. Now it's 4 hours.
Okay.
I don't feel like they're related. Right? That
so much. 29 months is so long. Here's the so basic. What date? December 16th?
Listen to this.
Okay. He's so basic and stupid, he wouldn't get it. He doesn't even realize that we know who he is. Him and the other little loser butches? What is that?
Yes, bitches, baby.
Him and the other little loser butches, they are owned by their drug habit, pinky parts, and the big man that they bend over for. These losers aren't worth shit now. Can't even get it up. Now they're mommies. I can't wait to meet the ignorant woman who failed terribly. When God blesses you with children, failure is not an option. The losers, killers, are dirtbags. They're going to prison shortly, and their peers will handle them. I want the parents of these things they raised in a men's prison, both of them, with a bar of soap and broom attached to their bodies.
Damn! Oh, no, wait till you read Kelly's comment below. Read it.
You guys want to see a throwback? Oh, shit. I got to find it somewhere. Oh, it's got to be somewhere. You guys, I don't. Oh, for fuck's sake.
So Kelly's responds, this woman blamed my mother for the murders. Sadly, she has serious mental issues. This is December 16th, a month.
They went through all of Kim's posts in every Facebook group and just read these out loud. And they're like, we're onto something, man. And they spent 5 hours doing that.
Before she made her YouTube debut, she blamed this woman's mother.
Yeah.
For being the murderer.
Yeah, right here. Look, right here. Okay, look, this is what she's saying. It wasn't all males. There were females involved. Like, all of this started, like, it went nuts, guys. December 15th was the changing point, the SWAT. Like, that's when I saw the big change in her. And, like, there is...
The changing point. You guys, this case went well, December 15th. It was just the turning point. It was the changing point. The changing point?
Right here. Okay, look, this is what she's saying. It wasn't all males. There were females involved. Like, all of this started, like, it went nuts, guys. December 15th was the changing point. The SWAT. Like, that's when I saw the big change in her. And and this is the same account all throughout. I double checked.
I just want to pause real quick. Thank you so much, Jack. Jack just gifted 5 memberships. That is very kind.
That is. Thank you so much. Oh.
Comment. Like after the whole Kim's.
You guys, they took these screenshots of every single one. Who'd sign up for that shit?
No, it shows that Kim started in the groups. She started in the groups, and she already was pushing narratives and making accusations before she even came to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, and it's sad, guys. Like this one right here. Like, she's talking to this Kelly lady. She's like, they have no life. This is their glory moment. They're clowns trying to bait, thinking they matter. They don't, and the police know who they are. The roadkill they are surviving on will run out. Their parents arrested, and they will be who they are and try again. They will fail or the world a favor and die. God does make mistakes. These POSs are his biggest mistakes. And this is the hot baby, and they'll burn forever. I do not forgive you if you are reading... You are nothing. Does your insane ass remember this? But you were speaking of your mother. Kaylee's not your mother. It's Satan's bitch and whore.
Oh my God.
Guys, it's bad. Like, this woman went off.
Satan's bitch. This is amazing. This is amazing. You guys ever just sit up at night and just like wonder, God, I'm so lucky. Thank you, God. This is crazy shit.
Why was there such a switch? Was it fear? Was it anger? Was it something deeper? I don't know, but you could definitely see that there was acceleration with Kim's comments.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this is interesting. I know we'll get into the better stuff for y'all when I kind of hear how things develop from, being on the Drunk Turkey show to being interviewed by Chronicles Olivia. And there's a lot of good stuff there. And I do believe, and I told Melissa, like, this is like,
I'm not losing.
I don't have a channel. I
don't need to lose anybody.
And some friends.
This is not. This is me laughing. This isn't me. Lana, you're losing people. This is dumb. This is just comedy hour for me. Hour. What am I talking about? All I wanted out of this, but I was trying to just find a couple of the things that, Kim had said in the interview with Olivia. I come across this and I'm like, oh my God, they stalked this woman. They found every Facebook post she made.
And so, like, I do like a space to be able to talk about cases, but also, I've learned my lessons and I try to respect what I'm talking about and ensuring that, like, I'm being considerate, I do worry that, like, I don't know, did getting on a YouTube platform perpetuate more of this because there was attention there? Yes. Is there some kind of serotonin trigger? There has to be, because I also noticed in a lot of the stories, like I was saying, that Kim was evolving in, like,
what the fuck does that even mean? Serotonin trigger?
I don't know if y'all listen to Donna Serafina, but I do. And I think she has a very, very interesting gift. I can't say how I feel about things 100%, but I very much respect her. And I understand she's also a victim of crime herself from family. And so I do think she tries to be sensitive to that. But I could see somebody like Kim who's saying these things. She's all over the place, guys, within 1 month. November 13th to December 16th, we're seeing how wonderful these kids are, to all this crazy shit talking in these chats. And
so let her fucking say whatever she wants. First fucking Amendment. Kim, tell people to fucking lick your ass. These girls feel some type of way about it.
All of this came out, like, you guys got to see what was happening in the groups when they were talking about her as well. If you could search WSU Mom Kim within the groups, how I showed y'all, it's really interesting because there's a lot of people who never believed her.
You just said, remember how I showed y'all how to search her in the groups? Come on. Here, if you want to search her in the groups, this is how you're going to do it.
But we had a whole group over here in the YouTube world that was going bananas and ate shit over here about it. There's a ton of people who didn't believe her.
She's pretty accurate.
Nonsense. Ken, Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Dylan saw them out the window. They're lying.
According to Kim's daughter. So they're lying. Right out the gate, they're lying. Bethany and Dylan knew.
Mm-hmm.
Bethany and Dylan saw someone out the window. Well, Mrs. Arnold, that's the thing. People claim they have. I can't verify what their vetting process was. I can't verify what they've done. But majority of people who just had open panels just allowed her to come up. There was no vetting process because I think that they were taking the word of people like Olivia or anybody who had Kim on originally and said,
taking her word for it.
So I don't know. But again, it appears a legit person.
She's real.
Kim does have.
She's real.
People.
Who's real?
So she is real, guys. And I looked at like the picture that we used on the thumbnail. That does tie to this account, and it has for a long time. The one I was looking at on Facebook. I think she's real, but I think she's like inserted herself in this out of fear.
What?
That is my opinion on the matter. But like you can properly vet these, and we had Willie, up, which is a former friend of Brian Koberger, and he was real. We were able to verify, but he wasn't like close to Brian at this time, and nor was he claiming to be. And I think that's the problem.
Hi,
Willie. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wild.
Okay.
Multiple people from Pi Beta Phi were called. These phone calls were made 2 to 3 hours before the first 911 call, and news spread like wildfire.
A whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there.
Locals are coming out claiming their kids or friends were at the home between 8 to 10 a.m. This user says that her nephew said a lot of people were at the home by 11. This is still 1 hour before the first 911 call.
So hours before 911 call being made. Kids at the home, kids know about the murders. This blew up, okay?
Blew a
Even spoke
gasket.
with a student at U of I who also knew people got called. But when it comes to speaking with anyone who received a phone call or immediate friends of those who did, it's kind of hard to get people to talk. Why?
What the fuck?
Kim originally called into the Drunk Turkey Show, and they did a good job of vetting her.
There was certain validation that needed to be done. Now, the person that called us in stated that she had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation.
I called the FBI on the 13th, actually.
Okay, but do you see how she said that? I just want you to notice she said they vetted her. And I'm not putting that on Drunk Turkey Show. I'm just saying that, does that mean that she didn't take any process to vet Kim?
So they have a new order. Let's see. Oh, I looked over this. Let's take a look at this, what Hippler had to say. They just gave me my second win, these fucking... I want to hear him talk about Brady really quick. Defendant complains. Look at this. Look at this. Defendant complains that the state has failed to satisfy its obligations under Brady. 4. Despite presenting this motion in briefing as a Brady violation, at the hearing on the motion, defendant confusingly requested that the court view the motion not as a Brady violation, but as a due process violation. However, defendant appears to misapprehend the scope of his due process rights regarding discovery. There is no general constitutional right to discovery in a criminal case. In fact, due process clause has little to say regarding the amount of discovery which the parties can be afforded. No, she's talking about expert disclosures. More than 68 terabits of data and discovery consisting in access of 13,000 photographs, blah, blah, blah. 15,000 video clips. Wow. 8,000 video clips from the residences, from businesses and residents. Okay. Defendant also contends that the state has not provided discovery in a searchable format. Has not provided detailed logs. Okay, we know everything that he stated. While the state acknowledges that there is a massive amount of data in this case, it contends the majority is completely irrelevant. Wow. Specifically, the state contends that most of the data is from cell phone extractions and weeks of surveillance video footage throughout the Moscow area obtained following the homicides. It affirmed on the record that it is unaware of any Brady material in those videos, other than those specifically identified in motion practice and otherwise throughout this case. Further, the state's experts who reviewed the various devices, including cell phones and other digital data, have disclosed opinions that they found no connection between defendant and the victims from the devices and data. Now, the world that we live in, okay, how in the fuck is that possible? The world that we live in right now, that if you were stalking somebody, it's a digital world, that the state also notes that since this case began over 2 years ago and has continuously turned over to the defendant all the information it received from the various investigating agencies in the same format as the information was received by the state. This was done at defendant's request, who specifically asked that the state produce everything the state had from the get-go. Defendant also issued 400 itemized requests for discovery in this case. They were looking for something that you guys were hiding. Thus, the state contends it is on the same playing field as defendant regarding discovery. Other than those identified in warrant applications, expert disclosures, motion first show nothing of consequence. The state explained that all the evidence in this case was routed to it from the various investigating agencies. Once received, the state would copy it and then place it directly on defendant's server in the same fashion and format it was received. They did everything over a server. Interesting. The state has maintained its files in that same format. In his reply, defendant asserts that the state utilized an expensive technologically powerful case management software program called Prosecutor by Carpal, which has a global version. Yep. Transcripts, auto files. Yep. That's it. Okay. State points out that on September 4th, 2024, at approximately the same time as its discovery deadline, it provided defendant with a 320-page index identifying the location of requested discovery. A description of the evidence and the date discovered. In addition, all of the evidence received from the FBI, which comprises the majority. Oh, wow. Was provided to the defendant with a searchable index. In sum, the state asserts it has provided everything required by and disputes Brady violations. Defendant has not established a discovery violation. Thus, sanctions are not warranted. I want to read that footer. Because he does not have access to similar technology, defendant disputes use the same playing field. However, at the hearing, the state disputed its evidence software program has any of these features. Instead, the prosecutors rely on a self-created spreadsheet to identify and manage discovery. Was I just not there at this fucking hearing? What? When defendant ran into a problem with some of the discovery PDF formats with password protection, the state worked with defendant to resolve the problem. Awesome. Wait a second. Cannot establish these elements because he has not identified any withheld evidence that is exculpatory or impeaching. Is this guy on fucking crack? He's totally on crack. Hippler's on crack. I've determined. The timing advanced data, that's exculpatory. his quibble, his quibble now, rather. Quibbles and bits. Wow. Is with the method in which the state has produced discovery, arguing it's effectively a data dump that prevents him from the meaningful shit. There are, however, several problems with defendant's position. However, where there is no proof that the government larded its production with entirely irrelevant documents or made access to documents unduly onerous, a Brady violation can be found. Here, defendant has not shown any bad faith by the state with regard to discovery production. Wow. He just doesn't even acknowledge the shit that they even mentioned in their fucking motions. The state received the information from the investigating agencies, they labeled them, and then they shipped them on over. Wow. While the state acknowledges that much of the discovery is completely irrelevant, including surveillance videos and data from the numerous phones, computers, and other devices, it did not produce for purposes of padding the file or otherwise attempting to faith. Rather, defendant asked for everything, and everything is what he received. Defendant cannot demand everything under the sun and then complain about the weight of all of the planets. I'm gonna start using that. You son of a bitch. That's great. Hippler. Wow. It provided a 320 page. I mean, they just got. They're saying the one thing that they are talking about that they need. It provided 320 pages. Defendant's 400 individual discovery requests, a description of the evidence and the date discovered. In addition, discovery received from the FBI, which comprised the majority, was provided to the defendant in searchable format. Other than the cell phone / digital data and video surveillance footage, defendant has not identified what information his counsel will be unable to review prior to trial and why that information is material. What? What the fuck is he talking about? The timing advance data. No? Further, the state has stipulated that it is unaware of any Brady material in the video surveillance footage other than that specifically identified in motion practice. What about the deleted fucking 40 minutes? And its experts who have reviewed all of the cell phone or the digital have opined that they have found no connection linking the defendant to the devices and data analyzed. In addition, defendant complains of being unable to meaningfully review the discovery ring hollow. Defendant has received a discovery in the same manner for over 2 years. In that time, he has not once sought a remedy from this court to regulate discovery, such as requiring the state to provide discovery in a different format. Oh my God. His lead counsel insisted that she be allowed to take on a second high-profile capital case despite the voluminous discovery in this case. State versus Skylar Meade. State versus Colbert. October 8th, 2024, ex parte hearing. That's what that was about. Let's see. Further, at oral argument, lead counsel indicated that her practice is to personally review all the discovery herself rather than rely on associates and staff to review materials to cut through the less relevant information and point to what materials need review by lead counsel. These actions are not indicative of an overburdened defense team. In fact, it is evident defendant has been able to capably navigate the discovery given his more than robust motion practice. The scope and breadth of the experts retained and the disclosures filed. So basically, Hippler's like, in fact, you have a stack squad. You guys are stacked as fuck, is basically what Hippler's saying. The defense is stacked. And their robust motion practice. Wow. In the cases cited by the defendant where the courts have struck the death penalty, the defendant had demonstrated that the prosecution either willfully or inadvertently, but with extreme resulting prejudice, violated discovery obligations. Here, however, defendant has not established a discovery violation. I believe that the AT&T timing advance records are a discovery violation. He has not shown the state has attempted to conceal specific materials within the discovery. They did that with everything to do with the lab stuff from Othram. The fuck out of here. And he has not shown discovery to be unduly burdensome in the point where he is unable to examine the items. Well, it's too bad I heard Idaho can't be killing people right now, so figure that shit out. You guys know that, right? There's nobody who's going to be dying in Idaho. No. How about hot documents within its discovery? The court finds neither is warranted. Well, hot documents. Hot box. I just like to read little Hippler's little notes here. Where does he say it? Look at this. There was no indication that the government deliberately concealed or buried any exculpatory evidence in the information it turned over to the defense. Right there. Three of the defendants were sophisticated from a high-level accident as represented by experience. Okay, blah. The defendant has access to discovery of a review in the same format. Blah, blah, blah. Good job, Hippler. While defendant is currently incarcerated, he has a robust defense team and has not faced time constraints given his speedy trial waiver, with this case well over 2 years old. Further, defendant has had nearly as much time as the state to review discovery. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh my God. Defense counsel filed a notice of appearance on January 12, 2023. And the state first began providing discovery. Thus, it is not in a situation where the state has had the benefit of years-long investigation compared to a defendant who has mere months to review the investigative material. In addition, there is no need to require the state to disclose a list of hot documents, which is a tool imposed by some courts for particularly voluminous discovery to aid the defendant in identifying material that deserve closer attention. The defendant is privy to all of the evidence produced by the state at the grand jury proceedings in this matter. Further, the state recently disclosed its exhibit and witness list identifying precisely what the state intends to use to support its case. Additionally, the state has taken reasonable steps to aid defendant in navigating the discovery, including by 1, providing a detailed index of all the discovery produced, identifying the location, a description of the evidence, and the date discovered. 2, providing the FBI materials with a searchable index. 3, working with counsel to resolve access to problems to documents. 4, representing that the surveillance videos, other than those collectively, this provides defendant reasonable means to meaningfully review the discovery he requested. Denied. Thank you. The 29th of April. Beautiful. What else? What else you got, Hippler? Notice of hearing sealed. May 5th, 11:30. Is it Zoom? This will be remote. I swear I think it's not something good. Let's see what else we got. Hippler. Order setting state's motion for examination pursuant to and extension of time. Time on. Based upon the state's motion to seal state's motion for examination of defendant pursuant. Oh, they want to examine him. That's right. And for an extension of time to complete rebuttal penalty phase, expert disclosures, and declarations and experts in support. Filed here. He ordered it. Oh, I thought I shared that. Whoopsies. It was quick. Defendant's notice of compliance. Okay. The defendant has given their notice of compliance where they have turned over and hand-delivered an external hard drive containing their exhibits and a proposed exhibit list to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, pursuant to the court's unredacted sealed order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting for October 9th, 2024. So that was back then. What else do we have? Oh, I wanted to show you guys the text again. So based off of Hippler's order with the text messages, God, it's fucking late. I gotta go. If you go text messages really quick, his order. Give me that little thing. There we go. Okay. DM to Uber driver inquiring if he was driving. Yeah. Okay. 210, 29, 213. Madison calls BF 253. I want to know if the grand jury, if Bethany testified to what that call was about. That should be all of that. Okay. Oopsies. Sorry, I just wanted a couple extra pieces of paper over here. Like I don't have fucking enough. Okay. So Melissa Jade wanted to be informed about the Snapchat, so I thought I would just help her out here. Here you go. 4:23 a.m. Snapchat. Now, we all know how Snapchat works. Until you look at it, like that's when you'll get it. So Bethany, I'm sorry, sent out a Snapchat. So if I'm sleeping, I won't get it till 8 o'clock in the morning, and I just got my Snapchat. Boom. DM outgoing message Snapchat. DM outgoing message Snapchat. DM calls Kaylee. DM calls Xana. BF calls Madison. BF calls Madison. BF calls Kaylee. DM text Kaylee. Please answer. Why is nothing being said to any of the roommates besides Bethany as far as to say, like, describing what you've heard? You know how, come on, these kids have to have group messages. Like a group, like a house chat. Okay. They have to have like a house chat, right? Like their own group message. But more important, like, why wouldn't you be asking, like, the specifics of just like, hey, did you hear that? What the fuck's going on? Right? Like something like that. There is no specifics going on with anybody. Just it's Bethany and Dylan. And I think I was able to eliminate Ethan and Xana from like them even messaging them about it at first, because they're not thinking that they're home yet, you know, because they didn't come home with them. They weren't home earlier. But yeah, that's just something that, you know, please answer. DM text Kaylee, please answer. BF calls Kaylee, BF calls Kaylee, but BF calls Madison. So calls doesn't answer, then calls doesn't answer, then does the same one with that one. Then DM, nothing is done at the same time. So let me ask you another question. Ready for this one? It's kind of interesting. Is that why are none of these at the same time? Like if I'm down in a room and you're down in a room with me and I'm on my phone and you're on your phone at the same time, then why aren't any of these at the same time? Ian Whiffen is an expert and he is not wrong. What? Why would Brian agree to have John move to his house? What? 6 people or more are covering up insane. Jen is not lying. Now that's insane. She admitted to lying. She lied to the goddamn FBI. Cuckoo from Cocoa Puffs right there. So anyways, going back to just logic. Logic would be like, none of these calls are overlapping, it seems like. Because look at the 420. Okay. 424. BM to DF. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. So am I. I told you how quickly this is getting back to you, right? Like, you receive it, you're sending it. DM, okay. Phone is going to die. Fuck. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. You got it, and then you're saying, come to my room. 3 seconds. Do you know how hard that is? Do you know how fucking hard this is to do? Then 8 seconds. BF, run. Down here. DM calls Ethan. 424, 39 seconds. Look at that. Still nothing's overlapping. 424, 58 seconds. After she calls, no answer. DM to BF. I'm scared though. I thought her phone was dying. She's saying, phone is going to die. Fuck. I want to see when she plugs it in. So they can see a lot of things with all this data. So when does it enter into a plug, like it's plugged? So it's receiving a charge. Then I'm screwed though. 2, 5, 16. Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. DM outgoing call. We don't get the name. 4:30, okay. 4:27, 47, so 7 seconds. DM calls Kaylee, then she waits. DM calls Deanna. BF calls Madison. Oh, I just found something. Oh boy. BF's first phone call is after this incident of like when he would have left the scene. Let's see. Okay. How many calls does Bethany actually make? Text. Outgoing message. Text. BF calls. Okay. Yep. So this you'll never be able to tell me that this is not crazy. Right here, it's BF that called DM. 26 seconds. It was not Dylan telling her about, oh my God, I just saw, it was BF calling Dylan. And then potentially you have DM buying time. Okay. Because Bethany is saying, to come downstairs. Then she says, my phone's about to die. And so I'm curious to see what time she gets downstairs. My phone is going to die. Come to my room, run down here. DM. Outgoing call. Right there at 4:27, 11 seconds. That should have been 911. DM's outgoing call at 4:27:11. That should have been your 911. Bethany access. Okay. 10 a.m. to 10:23. Where's BF's shit? She calls her parents. DM access social media message on Snapchat. 10 a.m. to 10:23. She gets on before that as well. DM. Okay, ready? I'm gonna say this, and I don't know if it's maybe there's more, but Bethany. Okay, in the morning, she calls her parents, right? Look at DM to Madison. Are you up? DM to Kaylee. Are you up? BF doesn't call unless like the state just didn't put stuff down, but they show when she messages or does anything to the roommates. Bethany doesn't reach out to the roommates at all in the morning after she gets up. What do you think? Holy fuck. DM and data exchange DMS. What do you think about that? I mean, you want to break them apart on the side so you have maybe there's more messages because Hippler didn't use Ann Taylor's version. All right, guys, with that said, I'll leave you guys with that to think about. But I couldn't find not a single, not a one. Nothing is overlapping. Nothing is overlapping. They should be doing stuff at the same time. In the bedroom. How big is Bethany's bed? I don't know if these girls had Apple Watches on. All right, guys, thank you again so much. Thank you for all the super chat. Thank you for the love. Everybody that's been a member for long time. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, moderators. Over and out. I'm gonna go take a bath. Bubble bath. Bubble butt. Bubble butt.